was it?
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. I was able to get my hash browns kind of crispy, but yet not over crispy, just
Oh
edges.
man,
Some of the edges like tasted like a crispy French fry, but like small, you know? Um,
hash browns are so good when they're done right.
I know, I know. They were really good. Um,
It
and
looked really good.
yep. And I fried 2 eggs over easy. It
What'd
was
you do again?
okay. So I cooked the hash browns in the microwave with butter, just plain butter, and I did it for like I don't know about
What
six
kind of hash
minutes,
browns were they?
like real potato ones, like
Frozen?
Orida. Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. Uh huh. And like, cause I didn't want to like make a splattery, greasy mess,
sure.
And so I did it like that. I mean, honestly, just that alone with the butter, once the potatoes were cooked, was good. But they weren't crispy, but it was still good. But
Mm-hmm.
then so I did that, and then on my stove, I fried 2 eggs in butter, like just over easy. All right. I took the 2 eggs out and put them on a plate, and then the butter that was left in the skillet, I put the hash browns on top of it in a flat layer, and I cooked the hash browns down on it. I turned it over a couple of times. Then once that was ready, like I formed it into like one big big hash brown, and I slid the whole thing on the plate. And then I took those 2 eggs and put them on top of the hash browns. Then I sprinkled a little bit of cheese, a little bit of pepper, and yeah, that's what I did. Are you live?
Yeah,
You are?
yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that you were live.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you just went.
Welcome.
You just went live.
I sure did.
Oh, okay. So did everybody get to hear how I cooked that?
Yes, they sure
Oh,
did.
oh, so everybody's probably so hungry for that
I
right
don't,
now.
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's
No, it's just
any
probably not.
everybody.
I say everybody. All of YouTube is listening, right?
Well, it could be, I guess, but I'd have to
Mm,
send the link out.
no, I'm joking. I was joking.
Yeah, I just basically I wanted to fool around on here because um I wanted to fool
Still,
around on here.
because you're still learning. That's right. It
Yep.
says you're still learning. Well, I'm
So
right.
getting used to the screen
Well,
share and
mm,
um
I mean, I'm really not in a super huge talkative mood at the moment because of my food. But once it goes
well,
down, I will be.
okay.
What? Well, what?
No, I was just giving you shit.
No.
I was
What
getting
were you
ready to
gonna
say
say?
something. I was getting ready to say something smart alecky, but I couldn't think of anything.
Well, um, okay.
You want to do me a favor while you're finishing eating?
Yeah. Yeah. What? No, I ate already.
Oh, what else
What
did you need to do?
you should screen share what I just ate because I sent you that photo. You'd have to upload the photo to somewheres, right? I'd have to email it to you probably, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
you can do that. You
You
could
should
you
you
could
should you should
you could
make that your thumbnail. Mm.
I'm not making eggs and hash browns my thumbnail.
With 2 strawberries. Not your. You know what I meant? Like, no, I'm joking.
I've never had a strawberry.
You don't eat strawberries?
I've never had one ever.
Why? Like, that's not true. Can't
That
be.
is that is 100% true.
Are you allergic?
No,
No. Hold on. Sorry
they
about that.
just look weird to me.
They're so good though. Do you like strawberry flavored items? Like
No,
strawberry jam. Um,
I never liked the texture.
like you don't like. Hmm. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Strawberry is good.
My mom didn't get it either.
Yeah.
Drove her nuts.
Yeah, you're kind of a picky eater, I must say. Like as far as like the no white, creamy, like sour cream, that kind of stuff. Um, most people
Yeah,
outgrow that.
something about white stuff. I don't know.
Um, well, I found that whenever I started
Except for
cooking,
ice cream.
oh, so you like white ice cream? Well, yeah, that's different. Everybody likes ice cream. But no, I found that, once I started cooking years ago, it it made me want to try other things. Especially if you're cooking for other people, if you have a family, you can't just always cook what you like. Um, and I don't know. As I've gotten older, my taste buds have gotten more varied. There are a few things that I just don't want to eat. I have tasted it and it's like, yuck. I will never acquire a taste for sushi ever. Um, I don't, 'cause I'm not even a big fish person. Okay. It's got to taste like not fishy. Um,
Yeah, that's weird, right? You can eat fish, but only if it doesn't taste like fish.
exactly. Even my tuna salad, I make a really good tuna salad. Everybody oohs and ahs over it. But I put so much stuff in it that you can't even hardly taste the tuna. Um, you know, I put
Hmm.
apples, put lemon juice. I squeeze orange, it's orange in there. Um, I put liquid crab oil. That's the ticket right there. That's the little secret. Um, yeah, it almost tastes like Oh, and of course I put eggs and relish, like a sweet relish or pickle relish. Um, but it's so good that you could take those wheat thins and just dip it like a dip. Like, sorry, excuse me, I've got a frog. Not a real frog, but Um, what was your favor? You wanted a favor. What's the favor? You said while I'm eating or while I was digesting my food?
I was just gonna say you could send out the YouTube link, not the Hangout link, but the YouTube link.
Huh? The what?
The YouTube link.
The watch page, you mean?
Yes.
Well, Hitch is having a big hangout, right? Or not? I don't know if it's Hitch. Someone is having a hangout. Um,
Yeah, I know he is.
you do it. I haven't even said hi to everybody. I haven't even read haven't read like the chat.
Hold on. You came at me with you do it.
Well,
I
okay, wait,
wasn't
sorry.
asking you.
Hold on. Yeah, let me rephrase that. Um,
I was asking if you could do me a favor.
oh, okay. I would do it for a favor. Um,
You don't have to do it right now. I didn't want you to do it right this minute.
no,
Anyway,
no, 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 no. Okay. Um,
I
well,
was gonna say maybe send it to some of your folks that don't maybe know, or maybe I don't know. Do you know
that's
anybody?
just, I don't know. My thing is, this is me. Whenever someone else is having a hangout, I always feel kind of odd or weird about putting a link to another hangout. I don't know why. I don't know why. I guess, me, so thoughtful. Oh, so thoughtful. Who? I'll invite some people. I'll be right back. Okay. Give me.
No, I mean I'm.
Well, I have to find the watch page and all that first, so it won't take me long.
I mean I'm of the opinion you got a lot of different folks out there that are, maybe the, the best thing to do is have all your members,
What?
all your let's see, think of
You're
a
talking
good
about the watch
analogy.
page or the join page? Let me rephrase that one more time. Quick.
The the YouTube watch page
Okay.
that
Okay.
people can chat in.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
but not the hangout link.
Okay. You have haunted house in here? Was he here?
Yeah.
Oh, but he's not.
No, I invited him.
Huh?
I
He did.
invited him.
Oh, because it says he's on this call.
Yes, I invited
Oh,
him on this call.
I got you. Okay, I see. I see.
In
Okay.
other words, he doesn't have to join a hangout. He can
Right.
just like you did, he can
Right.
just jump on.
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I get you. Get you. Okay, I have to find it first. Okay, I'll be right back. Do your thing.
No, I was basically just saying, you know, it's fucking free internet. Do what I want. I'm just
That's
kidding. No, I really just want to,
You're just playing. I'm not playing. You're just testing and learning.
yeah, kind of, just, you know,
So, okay, well, can I ask you then, why do you want me to invite people to you learning? You know?
well, I can't learn. I mean, if people want to come on and have ideas of what I should, what
Right,
they're interested in hearing about,
right. I got you. Okay, I was just curious.
I mean, I'm a people person.
I know you are.
I like people. You know how I like to go. My mind kind of goes in weird directions sometimes, but usually tries to come back full circle. Let's see here. Two.
There still? Are you there? Okay, I almost lost you because I have to click on the watch page and then hurry up and like press pause so it doesn't kick me out of this hangout. Okay, so I'm at the watch page. Okay.
We have a mid-century is very similar to the 50 already displayed.
Shows no one is watching. Huh. Let me give you a thumbs up.
I'm not. Again, I don't, it's not about people watching necessarily. Just
Share.
really,
Um, okay. I'm gonna send it to. How about you want me to send it to Lee?
sure. And I certainly am not trying to take any of Hitch's listeners right now. I just think they might be in a state of mind in which I'm not in that state of mind. If that makes sense.
Sure. Okay. All right. I might have to do copy link. Hold on. Um, I'll do copy link. Then what? I don't know. Um, hmm. You there still? Hello? Are you there? I might have kicked myself off.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, oh, okay. Um, So I put it in a couple of
Sorry.
places. Oh, that's okay. I put it in a couple of places for you. Like one of them was let's see. Um one of them was um well, it says I showed it, sent it. I don't know where I sent it. I haven't been on Hangouts in a little bit, like in the back chat, so I'm not quite certain what I'm doing. Hold on.
It's all right.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
Okay. Let me do the copy and paste thing. Share. I'm gonna put copy link. All right, then let's see. Well,
Yeah, so it looks like Herodotus, however you want to say that.
what?
Oh, this my brain kind of went into history mode. I
Did you
was
say
curious to know
eroticist?
Herodotus.
Okay.
Herodotus. 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 He was the father of history in the West. And looks like Sima Quinn was considered the father of Chinese historiography. Historiography. That's a hard word to say.
Mhm.
Historiography. So, check this out. Um, Somebody mentioned
If I get
everybody's a
people to
truth
come here,
seeker.
are you
They're
gonna
out to.
like? You're gonna go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. What were you gonna
I was
say?
just gonna say, are you gonna talk to people in the chat? I put it in where there's a lot of people. I know that you're not trying to like go for
Hello.
numbers and all that. You just said that you want to practice and interact or something. So it's out there. I
You're
put it.
roboting very.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You there? Hello? Hmm. You there? Are you there? I can hear myself in echo.
Okay, I am here. You keep.
Okay.
You will. Okay, so you're roboting out, but I think it's because of my side here. Give me a second here. I'm gonna shut this off.
Yeah. Right. I don't know if you can hear me, but there's 0 people in the chat. But I still said, welcome, y'all. Hmm.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
Why? Why can't I hear you?
You can't hear me?
There
Hello?
we go.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I got a real slow connection. My apologies. But
Still learning and testing shit out. I think you should change that. I'm just saying. Like, I don't know. It's just make it shite.
I think I should change what?
Your description.
Your description.
Oh.
Well, still
I
learning and testing shit.
yeah, testing shit out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so proper. I'm from the South, you
I didn't
know.
hear you. You cut out
I
on
said,
me
you know,
again.
oh, so sorry. I don't have my earbuds. I'm not prepared. Um, it's okay.
No, it's not your fault. I can't. I'm
Oh,
just letting you know that if you're trying to say something, I cannot hear what you're saying.
I got you. Can you hear me now? Sorry. Can you hear me now? I have the hiccups. Can you hear me? Ah, wah. Hmm. Okay.
You
Hear
drop
me, hear me.
out. Can you drop out
What?
and come back in? Can you
Sure,
drop
I
out
can.
and come back in?
Yes.
See if the connection will be better.
Hello? Is that any better? Can you hear me? J Rod. Hmm. Can you hear me, Jared? I can't even hear you. Can you hear me? Hmm. Jared, can you hear me? Hmm. I'll type you a message. Can you hear me? Hello? I can't hear you at all. This is hogwash, but you're still live, Jared. It's weird. Can you hear me? Unmute me. Unmute yourself to me or whatever. Um, dang. I don't know. Get with me when you get this worked out. I have to go do something. I'll be right back.
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello? Can you hear me yet? I heard one sound coming through. I heard a ding, like a notification ding. I hear volume or something, but oh, Jared, are you there? Oh gosh. Well, I'll mute till you get. Well, um, I
Can
just.
you hear me?
Yeah, I just heard you. What the heck? What's
Hello.
going on? Hello. Uh, I don't know. I'm in the middle of letting all the dogs back in. I'll be right back.
Lisa,
Hello. I hear you, but you don't hear me.
are you psyoping me?
No, I'm not psyoping you. Are you psyoping me? Um, hold on. Come on, Fitz. Come on, Fitz. Come on, Peanut. Come on, Lily. There you go. You're a good girl. Where's your brother? Come on, Fitz. Oh no, it's not playtime, Peanut. Hi, Peanut. Hi,
Lisa,
Peanut.
can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
What?
Okay, now I can finally hear you.
Oh.
I can finally hear you.
Okay. Um, I don't know what was happening. I have to get these dogs in. Um, hold on.
Keep talking.
I'm waiting on. I know, but okay. Can you hear me? Hi, Fitz. Come on. You know me. I can't walk and talk. Just give me a second. Okay. Come on. Can you hear me, Jared? Come on, Peanut. There you go. Can you
Why
hear
are
me,
you not
Jared?
coming in?
What?
Now I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Hold on. Let me turn this down. That's the other thing. I have to put the TV on for the dog. So, uh, I know. Hi, baby. I know. You're so
Are you
cute.
moving around?
I am now. I'm walking. I mean, I'm not walking right now. Are you there? You're so adorable. Hello.
Okay. So
Hello.
why was your audio not coming in, I wonder?
I don't know. It's coming in on the watch page though.
That is super weird.
I know it is. It's super weird. I know. And
So
I
that's why I
can't
like doing it this way because I
yeah,
want
I know,
to
but
work these people.
I can't deal right now. Hold on. I got 4 dogs here. Just hold on. Just I'm not a good test person right now. No, Peanut.
What do you mean test person? All you got to do is tell me yes or no.
Oh no, I was. That's what I'm saying. I was. I was saying hello. I was here the whole entire time. And if you go back and listen on the watch page, you can hear me the whole time.
Yeah, I know. I could hear you. I just couldn't. It was stuck on this thing.
But I couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah, I
No,
know.
no comprende Jared at all.
So from my end, I'm seeing you trying to talk, not
Hmm.
being able to hear you,
Okay.
and you're not being able to hear me talk on your end
Right.
through the watch page.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Okay.
it's good
Yes.
information. I need to
Oh, I know. Okay. All right.
know.
Okay. I will be right back. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll be
All
right
right.
back.
So yeah, there's I just need to get the hang of it more. And that's really how you learn, isn't through what you read in a book. It's you learn by screwing up. That's what told that to somebody a while back. Science is just a bunch of people who messed up. That's why they're good at what they do. You don't do it by being right all the time. Merle talked about it this morning. It was you really can't advance mentally without having an open mind. Wholeheartedly believe that. Belief is the enemy, you know. No, but that just makes sense. But yeah, I have not been privy to how all this stuff works here. I'm sure it'd be like riding a bike. I went to school like learning this kind of thing, but what in the hell is that? There's Dim. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what up?
What are you doing?
Oh, not much.
Man, I'm just trying to get the hang of these hangouts, man.
Yeah, they're tricky the first couple times, but after you do it about 3 or 4 times, you get the hang of it. It's pretty quick, easy.
Oh, 3 or 4 times, Dim. You're making me feel bad now. It's like my seventh or
What do you
eighth.
mean? I did them like, well, the first time was really shitty for me. Once I did it the first time and got it, then the second and third and fourth wasn't so bad. It got easier each time. Like now, I still remember how to do it. I haven't done it in like a year or two, but I still remember how to just grab my computer and hurry up, like load a little shit up and get on there.
Do you think people got really good at doing shit because they just quit practicing?
Because they quit?
Yeah.
No.
I know, right?
I think doing it like what makes you good, and at least you at least have to know how to do it good and get to that point, and then you can like stop for a while and maybe retain the memory. Like riding a bike. You know what I'm saying? Just because
Yeah.
you don't ride it every day, I mean you can't jump on it and at least ride the motherfucker. You might not be the best, but you're gonna ride it still. You're gonna retain the
I
essentials.
just figured that since we don't practice very much and go into space and we do it perfectly almost every time, why would we need to practice to do anything? If they could do it, if that's how they're rolling.
Oh, okay. I didn't know where you were going with it. I thought you were going with the online shit with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. We shouldn't even practice at all. We should just go right to fucking Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus,
No,
Mars.
no, 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 no. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we need to go to NASA and ask them, what is their secret on how to do everything perfect? Because they got space covered. I'm good with them doing space. I'm talking about like an everyday life type of shit. They must know some
Oh,
things.
yeah, clean bathrooms, no unhygienical space debris anywhere, no splattered. I mean, they're awesome, man. They got cleaning down pat, they got servicing stuff, the electricals, working
Okay.
with water around the electricals, all kind of stuff. Yeah, they're perfect.
Oh, and they also do like balloons as well. I think also too the computer that I'm using has a lot to do with why I'm getting kicked off and stuff like that. But I don't think there's really much I can do about that.
Can you
You
hear
know,
me?
I can hear you, but
Okay. I just sent you a message in the back chat. Like, dude, I'm full and sleepy. Um,
you're full and sleepy.
yes, I've been nonstop since like, I don't know, 4 o'clock with these dogs. I haven't had 4 dogs here in a while since before my surgery. Um,
Well, you also have a knee too. You got to
I
rest
was
up.
well, I didn't even want to mention it, but like I sat down just now and I went, oh, you know, like my knee, I do need to put some ice on it and stuff, but I didn't want to mention it because I don't know. I don't want to sound like a baby, but I really do. Uh,
Yeah, you kind of do sound like a baby.
Not well. That's what I'm saying. um,
No, thank you for helping me.
well, I didn't really help you, but
Yeah, you did.
I did. Thank
Hmm.
you for being a friend. I'll park on. I don't know. You want me to just park it for a bit or something?
Yes.
Okay, I'll park it. Okay. All right. Sounds good to me. Let me unwind from this meal. This feast. Hello, Dim.
Dude, damn, you should have seen what she ate earlier, bro. It's freaking crazy.
What I cooked and ate, but still. Did you
What
get my
she
message when I said, wish you were here?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
Oh.
mm. Yeah, I'm starting that moaning thing and I'm like rubbing my eyes, you know. Um, that happens when I get sleepy.
Really?
When I
That's
go,
weird.
I
You
start,
start like yawning too?
yeah, I just yawned, but no, I just kind of start like that, Uh,
Wow, you're weird.
it's just, no, I'm getting old.
I've never heard of people rubbing their eyes when they're tired.
Oh, oh,
What
it's,
planet you from?
it's okay. It's me. Planet Lisa. You're okay. You're okay. Yeah, after a while, I'll show you these dogs. Fitz is.
I thought you were gonna say something else.
Take your top off. No.
No, hey, that's against Google Hangout community guidelines.
I know
Ain't
that.
nothing, uh, nothing like that happening over
No
here.
nudity. I know. Oh, oh, Fitz, you're so cute. Oh, see, I can't even talk to them because then they start whining. They miss their mama and their kid. They're used to sleeping in. She has like three boys, the owner, and the dogs. Like they have a different bed to sleep in every night. Oh, they're so adorable. I know they're probably so tired like me. Um, okay, I don't mean to bore you.
No, don't worry about it. You get them high.
No, no, I'm not gonna do that. I don't do that.
Dogs want to smoke? Come on, dogs,
No,
smoke.
no. They're just all tired. I just need it. I need to sit in the bed and like put them to sleep. Um, you know what I'm
Don't
saying?
let them sleep, Lisa. Give them another chance.
Oh
They
my
didn't mean it.
god.
What'd they do? Why do they
No.
have to be put to sleep?
Mm. They're just so cute. I'm staring at them right now. Okay, I have
Can
to
you
go.
imagine telling your granddaughter that
Huh?
I'm sorry, sweetheart, grandma just had to do what she had to do?
I did not. Zena's the only smart one. Zena's in her bed, but Peanut. Well, of course, like I said, this is not their home, so they just want me to go inside. They want me to go get in the bed. I know. I took a picture earlier to send to you as well. Peanut was laying on top of me. I'm under the covers, okay? Peanut's on my belly, and then Fitz is all the way up against my side, and then Lily was at my feet. Zena was in her bed. Zena's smart, I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'm gonna mute for a little bit. Dimma,
Okay.
help
No
Jared,
worries.
please. Uh,
Help me with what?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Love you. Mwah.
Help you. See now, for that record, Lisa, in YouTube land, people shall know me and you did get together through one of these hangouts. A guy named Poncho Pete about a year ago, around my birthday. I had decided after the 3 years of being, you know, a flat earther, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it. After that time, then a certain amount of time anyway, that I should get involved in some way or whatever. And I just kind of let the signs come to me. And one of the first signs was I had heard through, I think it might have been Mark Sargent when he was. I listened to his deal on Tuesday nights, and when I was working at Little Caesars, and I heard him mention a meetup in Kansas City, and my head popped up. I was like, "Whoa, Kansas City, holy shit. And I got on Facebook, looked up, and sure as shit, there's Flat Earth Kansas City meetups and whatever. And got a hold of one of the guys and went to a meetup. I believe it was in July, the end of July last year, which the 27th was. No, actually, no, I take that back. Not July 27th. July 27th was when we had our first meetup. I think I still have that video in my phone. Or I think I might have posted it before. After that was August 27th, the day of the eclipse. We were in Smithville, Missouri, and we watched it in cloudy fucking shit. It's a bad time to see an eclipse, just say that. Real cloudy. And we did get a little small opening where we were able to see, but Johnny Armstrong, who is a known YouTuber, also Aaron Kreischock, lives in California but is from Kansas as well. We were all out there with a documentary film crew that I still haven't seen the documentary yet. Hope it went through. So yeah, after that, I started listening to more and more hangouts. IPS was doing his thing. I got sucked into that whole deal. They had what was it? The festival in Denver. And after that was when I think I I told somebody that I wanted to start maybe getting on a hangout and talking to people. And for some reason, I was scared to do so. Like, fuck, I have a voice too. What's wrong with mine? So yeah, it was IPS who had the Discord um, thing going. I think I called in to IPS a couple times also. I'd also called into like Nathan Stolman of Lift the Veil. And first Discord chat or hangout. No, actually, it was before Discord was Haunted House. And both times got porn bombed. You get porn bomb when I get on there, and 30-day strike, and then after 30 days, porn bomb again. So trying to think too, right around that time was yeah, because then IPS had $10 to join his what that was. I can't remember, but anyways, tried to get on Discord, called him a couple times, and didn't get a hold of him. And I got a hold of Snack on Discord. He talked to me one day, and then I think he was the one that got me on the Ponchos. And before that was Jamie Brown.
What are you going through?
Oh, I'm just thinking back. It was last year, last February, when I got onto Ponchos. Before that was Jamie Brown. I was just trying to think in my head. It's funny when you go through the timeline in your head, like if how shit went down.
What do you think the first one I was on?
Well, I know that when I started to listen to Hangouts, it was the end of the summer of last year. Or no, not last year, of 2017. And so I'd imagine you were probably on there before that. I mean, everybody else that has quite a history.
I was on there with like the first hangout I got on. They were like Brian was with Brian, like either Brian Barville and Pillbox and Rand, Uber. Uber was around. Let me see. I Spy, NASA Lies. And then we went on like, but it was like mostly religious. And I was like, well, I think we're creating everything, but I'm not with the, 100 million% of what they do or about, you know what I mean? So I felt kind of weird, okay, but just kind of out of place a little, right?
Well, it is weird. It's a really weird environment at the ferry at first.
Then my next one after that, rant and talking to and just like groups and stuff or just individual people in all the little hangout groups, just like if they pop up a call, I'd be like, hey, what's up? You guys mind if I join? In the message, and they'd be like, no, here's a link or whatever. Just certain people to talk. And then I got into with Bro Sanchez and Dread. I'd get on theirs and because they would get on with each other too.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd all get on. I was on there for. Then I went to Ponchos. Then I found Ponchos and was like, cool there.
Yeah, I was Sun and Moon group for a little while too.
I was there too.
So I didn't get on. So, don't get me wrong, I didn't get on the Hangout. Listen to that.
Right.
Hangout.
It was Hangout. I got on live like once or twice with them, I think.
I was like that guy on the sideline, just raising his hands, put me in, coach. Once he gave me a little tape. Like once I got on Jamie Brown's, and that was great because it was just me and Jamie a lot of the times, and even when it was more than me and Jamie, it was Uber. I met Uber over there. I met.
There was IPS too. Don't let me forget the Penguin crowd and IPS, and then yeah, and all them. Yeah.
Yeah. See, like that was a big kind of thing because I remember the day that he gave out all the wrenches, and anybody that came on got a wrench. That was a weird day.
I had wrenches with a lot of all of them because they were cool with me anyway. Because I talked to them on like the little private hangouts a lot. I was like, I don't really care. There's like the live thing. I didn't really care. It didn't really matter to me. I just wanted to let other people know certain things or talk to them about ideas or shit. Because I knew you could have up to like 10 people in there. And eventually you're going to talk to someone that matters or cares or something. I mean, about or knows what you're talking about or is interested. You know what I mean?
I just remember like there was a kind of a stagnant moment there for a second where it was kind of like, okay, I don't really know who's who out here, and it's kind of getting ridiculous because if there wasn't somebody talking about how Jeranism is this way and how the Morgal is this, or this person has this dirt on this person, and it just was back and forth crap going on.
Name the label, whatever. If they say this person's doing this, like, well, this person needs money for this, I'll say it. Whether you laugh about it or think it's cool or funny or whatever, I mean, that's your own thing. I'll be like, well, this guy needs gas money or whatever because they came out and said it. You know what I mean? I'm not making fun of them. I just repeat what they say. If I hear them say something or somebody say it, or Jaredism or somebody else and I say it, I just like to repeat certain weird shit because I think it's funny myself, but it doesn't mean nothing. You know what I mean?
What I mean is,
I don't like make stuff up about people, and then I'll say like if they say something or if it says something in their title, I'll read it or say it. That's it.
well, what I mean is like there was shit talking going on between flat earthers, and there really wasn't a voice that was kind of in a new category. And then that's when IPS came around, and that's why everybody kind of latched onto him so much. Was it was like, I don't know, he just was fresh, I guess.
I wasn't a latcher. I mean, some a lot of people in there were cool, and I would say my piece, and then they'd say theirs, and then we'd be on our ways. I got to
Well,
argue.
no, I mean, look, here's the thing. Like the reason IPS was cool was because we weren't, we weren't like, Mark Sargent lovers, or Patricia Steer lovers, or whoever. We didn't have a clique. That's why IPS was kind of attractive at that time, is because that's where everybody was like not wanting to conform. It was weird. We all conformed there because we didn't like the conform, the shit that was going on around us. It's kind of the gist that I got out of the environment anyway, and why I chose to listen to whatever he was saying at that time. And I wouldn't say that I was like a IPS and I don't know if people were like really stalking him or anything at that time either, because he put out
Cultish. It felt cultish
yeah.
when I was in that mode.
Well, and that was what was weird too, is that he had the Fepe thing going with the frog, or not the frog, with the penguin, and it seemed as though it was like this harmless thing. But then I kind of look back on it, and it is kind of weird, you know.
I like penguins. Don't get me wrong. It's my favorite little icy animal is a penguin.
No, and there was a lot of um, cool things that people made of that, and so like I'm not a I'm not a hater of it or whatever, but at the same time, I still think it's a little weird how we were very scared to kind of get behind anybody or form a group, and there we were, uh, listening to him and kind of grouping up at his place. I don't know, it's weird. I
I'm fearless. I wanted to know what the hell was going on with anybody. I'd jump on anybody's panel, talk to the Glober, the Flat Earther, the whoever. I didn't care. I
well,
wanted
I
to know.
just I liked also that he came from an angle of Freemasonry and kind of the inner circle knowledge that he claimed to have. Anyway, it seemed though that he had it, and I don't know if he was tricking me. He did a good job, which I think now is probably what was going on.
One of the things I do like about the light is just how people can share stuff and you can talk about stuff, and however you used to do, or the other people used to do. A couple people do that. They go over the facts and look shit up, and you explain stuff. Does that make sense or not? You read the little Wikipedia fucking definition or the PDF file, then you go over it.
Well, and I have
In the hangout or the private, or live or whatever. It's just cool to do that.
and I have ideas that I don't know. I'm only good at certain things, and I know I work best when I'm part of a team. That's just kind of how I roll, I guess. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not a leader, but at the same time, I think my skills are
Who's sitting next to you right now?
huh?
Who's sitting next to you right now? Nobody?
Sitting next
Yeah.
Nobody's next to me.
Huh?
No, nobody's sitting next to me.
Nobody. That's right. You look like you're doing it pretty good.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like even though it feels kind of out of my element to be um, by myself, and a little bit uncomfortable. I still know that I have a voice, and that it's a better voice than a lot of people that out there that were talking. I felt that way anyway. I didn't think once I talked to IPS and on the phone a couple times, I was like, why would I be intimidated about this guy? It's who cares? I just go with what I know, and there's more of I look at things in more of a cynical way. Try to laugh at it rather than get pissed. Also felt like there's too many people getting pissed off over the idea that somebody can type letters into a computer and then make somebody feel a certain way thousands of miles away just by putting a combination of letters together. That to me is asinine. Never could get that. Um, I've never understood people getting offended anyway. The whole, if you really think about that situation, somebody says something, right? The person that hears the something that is said gets hurt by that. Tells the other person that's the case. So you're basically not only are you submissive to the power, they say something, you get hurt, and then you tell them that whatever they said is hurtful. It's like reaffirming for them to keep doing it. If tomorrow everybody just quit getting offended by what somebody else said, that would maybe just make everybody into hysterical mode. Nobody would know what to do if they couldn't hurt somebody with their words. How else am I supposed to make this person love me? It's a powerful emotion, though. It can make people go on for years who hate each other. Sometimes I wonder how people who are still married, how long they've actually been together just to prove the other one wrong.
What do you mean?
Like they're just staying together because people told them that they couldn't, and no matter what, that means that they're going to do what they got to do to stay together.
I see a lot of people say, how in the fuck do you do that? I don't say they can't.
Because they don't want to be wrong, man.
Could be the other way around too.
Always.
Could be they're doing just the regular old right thing, and the other people are wrong for not being able to keep up.
I just know it's easy to play off people's emotions. That's what exactly why the anybody who studies psychology has to run into the whole conundrum of the self image, or the projection of their image, as opposed to how they actually see themselves. And if you can touch whatever nerve that is that gets people to second guess who they are, by calling them this, or saying they're big legged or big footed or whatever, so something subconscious in their brains to make them flip. And I've seen it happen, man. There's a reason why they call them trigger words. But I'm telling you, man, it really comes down to the power of the word only comes from the listener. And that's it. Somebody says something to you, if you get offended by it, that's your fault. The only way you stop that is by not caring what another person says. Because it's just words, It's all it is. No matter what your intent is behind the word, the intention is to get you upset. If they're calling you a name or whatever else. The ultimate revenge is to, let them know it didn't bother you. But just like in any social group of people, that's what
Well,
happens.
it doesn't have to be ultimate revenge. I think you could just be like, hey, this and this, and just say the same thing to them, and then they're like, huh? And be like, okay, well, now we're even. How does it feel?
Well, see, what's the whole deal of being even, though? That's just another thing that drives me nuts. Like when when Uber, right? He kicked Jen out of one of the hangouts one time because.
Well, I think it's not really. I think it's just putting the shoe on the other foot. It's like, how does that feel now? That's what I would say. It's really not getting even in an aspect of anything. It's just like, I just did to you what you did to me. Now, how do you feel? Now you know how I feel. That's why.
There's something just very childish about some of the actions that are done by these people in this community. You know, I'll never understand why it's okay for older adult people to act the way that they do sometimes. And to say that that's just human nature. No, I don't think so. Like some of the childish ways that people deal with things is really um, a problem, especially when you have a platform such as YouTube, where you can pretty much just get online and say whatever the hell you want, and whatever you say is going to be heard by somebody, and therefore that gives you power. And if you give somebody who is um, maybe not as stable as some others, if you give them that platform, they're going to use the crap out of it. And what really sucks is when people know that that person is maybe not all there, they will still hear what they say and still take it into consideration as truth. I've seen that happen before as well, where well, it's happened in my family. A cousin of mine says something about another cousin of mine, who then gets up on their soapbox and says something else. Never ending game of either I got you last or I'm right and you're wrong. And a lot of the times, too, people are upset at another person and they don't even know the reason behind it because it's just not communicated. It's an unsaid thing that somebody did. But then, how is that somebody supposed to correct that mistake if they don't even know they did anything wrong? That's happened to me before, too. And it's insane. What are you mad at me for? Oh, you know why you're mad. No, I actually don't. You remember that time you did this at this time or whatever? No, you never told me that you were mad. Oh, whatever, you should read my mind. It's not how it works. I don't know. There's something very immature about our interactions sometimes. What I know about problems that arise in the future, what needs to be done would be to get it out in the open, squash it right the fuck away, and then therefore it's over with. One thing I learned is the more time that goes by, the more shit lingers in your brain to where you're just adding shit up and nothing's stopping you. The longer that gets going, the bigger shit gets that doesn't even need to get that big at all. It's happened to me. I'll stew about something, somebody. Every action is it means something towards whatever shitty thing I have in my head about it. I know that probably didn't mean much, but you witness this when you're, and I hate, again, I don't like saying movement dim. I don't know what you call it. This flat earth thing, information. I don't know. I don't like movement. It's like I'm taking a shit. But it's a psychological, it's a trip, man. You see all types of attitudes and people from different age groups and different areas. All coming into this one place where everybody's just happy that you are believing or just that you're not falling for the bullshit around you. And it's very welcoming when you see someone else that's like that. Oh, you don't buy the bullshit either? Oh, fuck. I can talk to you forever. I don't care if you've murdered people or whatever. As long as you're a flat earther, come on in. Well, that opens up the floodgates. Anybody who and everybody who's just lonely can just say they're a flat earther. Now all of a sudden they have millions of friends. It's crazy. So you're going to get a lot of diversity, a lot of different types of people. And I think I was learning that in the first few years, coming to accept that, hey, there's some bad people out there. And yes, there are bad flat earthers out there. Because there's a long time where you like, no flat earther can do wrong, right? You don't want, that's not the case. Not even close. I bet you that it's probably a pretty close race between douchebags in both sides of the camp. There's a lot of douche rolling around. So the attitude, that I had to take on was, I know that I can be myself enough to not be a douche, or try not to be anyway. Hope I'm not one. Be cognizant of the fact anyway. I did that, spoke my truth, didn't try to be somebody else or bullshit anybody into thinking that I knew more about something I didn't, or whatever. Just lay it all on the line. There's really nothing to fear. And that's pretty much how I got, into this was, there's really nothing at all to be afraid of. It's just you're a person, just like anybody else. And you have questions just like everybody else. And I don't care what your question is, it's not a stupid one, nor it should be, nor should it be, I should say. The way you talk or the way you think should not be ridiculed whatsoever. And for gosh sakes, nobody should be scared to want to know, or of scared of any type of ridicule or backlash from somebody else who is trying to do the same things. But yeah, Merle, he was on Jamie's one day. First time I ever met Merle. And if I remember correctly, he was not in the best of sorts at that time. I think he was very confused, in a very like, I don't know, where this is headed, what's going on kind of thing. And I was in that same boat, which is why I liked him immediately. But I was me, very hyper and talkative and wanting to know like where everybody is at on the map, because I'm just trying to map this place out in my head. And I asked Merle, like, what's your longitude, latitude? He's like, what the fuck do you want to know that for, mate? And just started getting kind of defensive, which he should have. And at that moment, I think Jake the asshole had did what he did, and a couple other people went on hiatus. I think there was a first documentary I think might have came out, or I don't know, something. It wasn't looking very good at Flat Earth wise, or it wasn't a very good moment. So like the attitude of flat earthers was very, antennas up. Anybody that came in our, in our sights was automatically under suspicion, and they should have been. So I was part of that, and Merle, rightfully so. I just remember telling him, he asked me, how do I know if you're a true, real or whatever? And I basically just said, time. Time will tell. You'll see. I think after a few months or so, you're going to realize who I am. At least hopefully. And that's really the only thing you can go by. You can't really go by what somebody's going to tell you is going to happen, because of course they're going to throw smoke up your ass if they're trying to be deceitful in the beginning. They're going, oh, I'm going to be great. You're going to love me. Anybody that has to prop themselves up and tell everybody else how great they are, probably not that great of a person, just saying. The reason behind that. Thing that goes along with time will tell, though, is the fact that you got to have time in order for some to understand where you're coming from. A lot of people don't get me at the very beginning, or at least give me a chance to kind of expound on some things. which is why I think people make the mistake of a lot of the times when I ask certain questions. It's more of I'm thinking 3 questions ahead, just hadn't let anybody else in on my secret, so to speak. I have a problem with that and kind of futuristic thinking, or I'll just assume that people know what I'm thinking about when I start to talk about something. I should probably let them in on, give them a little insight before I just throw out questions. But anyways, it took a little while, I think, for me and a lot of other people to get to know each other enough. And I think Dim, you were, I remember this specifically. Remembering the first time I talked to you, it was in the evening, and I'd just gotten done watching a documentary, or a video that Truth is Stranger Than Fiction did, maybe, where he kind of went over the hip hop world and how it really is a homosexual, whatever.
Where's the band? Let me use
I did it.
No, I was researching, not researching. I just got done watching a video about the hip hop, whatever, hip hop conspiracy, right? About how all the dudes are really gay and everything else. And after I'd watched that, I'd got on to Ponchos, and you were on there, and I just mentioned to you, I was like, man, I just watched this fucked up documentary about all the guys all the rappers that I listened to growing up, really like banging each other and sucking each other's dicks and shit. And you're like, yeah, so I don't know shit for a while. But no, we ended up just talking about like the facade that Hollywood puts up, and just the fuckery that goes on with that, and how deep, the possibilities. Oh my God. But yeah, I think you're either about to go to work or maybe on a break or something. And I remember thinking specifically, if you, like, I knew that you were black. I knew that for sure. But I didn't know if you had like an Eddie Murphy mustache, or if it was more of a Magnum PI, Cleveland Brown type mustache. But I knew, not only, I mean, it was a given that you're black, so that was already set in stone. So, but I knew also that you had a mustache. And I think I went probably a good 2-3 months maybe, and totally that you were a black man.
Who had said it?
I think a picture of you, somebody did maybe a picture of your face on Magnum PI's body.
Yeah.
And then I noticed, I was like, holy shit, he's white. And I felt like saying, Dim lied to me. And I remember being very disappointed. Like, because
that's black fruit.
You have an idea of what a person should look like by their voice. And yours totally did not match my head at all. And don't know if everybody's like that or not, but I mean, I honestly was disappointed. I mean, just saying. I'm not disappointed now. You know what I mean? I'm sure people have been disappointed by how I look, by how I sound.
Why?
I'm just saying. I'm sure somebody else.
None of their damn business.
Because I felt the same way about Poncho. Poncho disappointed me in the way he looks. His face was totally different than what in my head than what it really is. Don't you ever do that though? You think somebody looks like this, you know, and then you see him in real life, you're like, oh, dude, not even close. Like Jibby, he looks like Jibby, you know. Larry kind of sounds like his voice. Sean kind of sounds. I mean, I can't remember specifically who I thought Sean might look like, but I was kind of close with him. But yeah, I always thought that was pretty hysterical. That I knew that you were a black man, and nobody could have told me any different. But it was totally not the truth. You know, it's one of those mind psych outs that when you pick up on the trick.
You're not the only one. Yeah, I played Xbox for a long fucking time, and a lot of my buddies thought I was black.
Yeah,
I was in an all-black crew once, and until they find out I was white, which totally fucking confused them about 3-4 months in. They were like, "What? No way, no way!" I was like, "Yeah, you never asked me."
I worked with a cook. His name's Dorian, and he's even got a black name, and he talks black as shit, but he's whiter than white. He's a white man, but he talks like a black man.
Right. Just depends on where you grow up and who you grew up around, kind of in a way.
I
Right.
don't know. I just know what it sounded like to me, you know.
Right.
So it's not out of the norm for a white person to sound like a black man, I guess. But at the same time, you know, it's the internet. And
Have you ever had the other way around, like where the dude sounded like a white nerdy dude, or a white dude, or a white sophisticated guy, and he was a black man?
I have heard black men sound extremely white. So yes, I've never known anybody that was like that, but I have heard black men talk really white.
So you thought Jen was a British guy, didn't you? White guy. I'm just being honest.
Actually, I knew Jin was black because of his picture right away. It was of him, you know. So unless he was trying to, that would have been weird. It wouldn't have been him, but yeah.
If it wouldn't have used this picture, you probably would have thought something different, maybe.
I probably would have thought he was white. Yeah, it's not a big leap, especially when they have the British accent. A British accent on a black man just doesn't sound right. I've always felt
all about
that sounded weird. Yeah.
What you on about, brother?
Yeah, a black Englishman, really. There's maybe I'm wrong, but is there like a hood in Britain where they all? I just can't put it in my head an English accent hard. Like somebody being hard in an English accent. Everybody get face down. Ran gag your mouth so they can't make a sound. Tie him up for the fact that I'm kicking ass. Got my hand on my gat, and I'm tempted to blast. My name is Easy, but I go the hard way out. It ain't personal, but now I'm about to commit a crime and go through it. So what? My knees are shaking because I'm used to it. Check out the security guard with the tap in my hand. Yeah, he's wearing a badge, but he's an old ass man. Pop his ass in the head and take his gun. So me and the punk can go one on one. Cover the lens on the TV screen. You know, so me and my gang just can't be seen like the doll. And throw away the key, shut the blinds. So no motherfuckers can see inside. No them control the shit, cause no ass niggas gonna suck the hit. You can't do Easy E in an English accent. Damn near impossible, I think. It'd be cool to kind of hear somebody try it, though. I can't do an English accent. Aw, look at that dog.
I know. Hey, what are you scratching? Hello. Hi. Look at that face, huh? Hello. Hello.
It's like straight out of
Out of a picture book or something.
That a cocker spaniel? What is that?
It's a golden doodle. He's like a. Oh, I see you. Yeah, that's his sister right here. She's got more poodles.
Holy shit!
Look. He can't stand it. He's like he came over here on one leg. Hey, Peanut. Hey, Peanut.
Peanut.
Hi, Zena. Hi,
Zena's
Zena.
like, I want in this.
I
I
know.
want in this.
Look out. That's brother and sister. You see how big he is? Dim mom.
Yeah,
Pretty big.
yeah, he is big.
Look.
She looks like she's pissed.
No, they're tired. Ow, you scratched me. No, they're sleepy. Oh, you're so sleepy, huh? Just so sleepy. Oh, wait, it's the wrong way. I don't want to be on camera at all. Oh, ow, my leg. Oh, my. Okay, I see you. I see you. Okay, now, see? Huh.
That's so cute.
Sweet. Yeah, this is him up like, my head's like flat on the pillow, on the bed. Hello. Hello, baby. What? Oh, look, he hears Peanut. What was it? What was it? Look, his name. Fitz. I see you. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm so sleepy.
That's awesome.
I know. I promised you I would show you the dogs. Yeah, they're about to pile in on me. Um.
That's cool.
Oh, look, he's just laying there now. What? Hello.
I bet that, you know what, I think they'd be so much happier if they were buzzed.
No, not at all.
Blew just a little bit of marijuana smoke in their face, it'd be just loving life. See, did you hear it? He heard it. Marijuana.
No, he hears
Yeah.
Peanut. Peanut's in front of the treat stand moaning, like whimpering.
No, you like weed, don't you?
No. Lily, what are you doing, Lily? Not you, Fitz. Not you. Not you. Hi, Zena. Hi, Zena.
Zena?
Peanut.
Zena?
Come here,
Zena.
Peanut.
Zena,
Peanut.
what are you doing? Zena.
Peanut. Come here, Peanut.
Zena, what are you doing?
This is what Peanut's doing. Oh, there he is. Look. What, Peanut?
Peanut,
Oh, no.
what are you
That's
doing?
fine. Not into nothing. Look, he's going
Peanut's a little shithead.
He's like, can I get the treats? Can I get to the treats?
I got a little brindle stripe on black like that.
Oh, yeah? A little.
Yeah, he's noisy.
Oh, yeah, he's not real noisy, but he, he thinks he's getting a treat. No, we're going night-night. Come on, we're going. Look, this is the two dogs. That's their what they brought from home, so it would smell like home. It's got little holes in it. I'm sure, like, oh, look, see that? Look, he just went and got up, like, okay, I'm ready.
That's my spot.
I know. He's like, I'm ready. You ready? What?
He's like, yeah, Jared, what do you think of this, huh? What do you think of this, punk?
Look.
Yeah, punk.
He said, ooh, I got your girlfriend. I got your girl. Look.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Look at you. Look.
Give her a bone.
He's a person. I think he thinks he's a person. Oh, he's so rotten, but so sweet. I'm so sweet. I know, Zena. You're so sweet too. Oh no. Oh. Okay. All right. I gotta get off camera. Push over,
Um,
dog. Do you? Okay. If I can park it, but I can still hear you, so I'll have to put it in my. Like, I'm gonna probably fall asleep because I took my nighttime medicine and all that good stuff. Um.
just put it in between your boobies.
Okay. No problem.
No, I'm just
Um,
kidding.
Flutter dude was in the chat a while ago, and I saw Trouble. And they both. I mean, I don't know if they're there. It was a while ago. Trouble said hey, and then Flat Earth dude said Lisa doesn't have a wrench on Jared's.
No, you don't.
No, no, I don't. Yeah.
Shit.
What's your problem? Come on, Lily. Come on, Fitz.
Still learning.
I know.
Some
Hey,
shit
it's no
out.
problem. I know, Zena. Okay, I got to give the dogs all their attention. I'm going to say good night, folks.
Good night, Lisa.
Good night, Jared. Good night, Dimmock. Love you, Jared.
Good night.
Good night. Sweet dreams. Kisses. Love it.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. Or if I do, what? I don't know. Maybe. Whatever. I'll call you when I call you. That's how you got to be, guys. You got to be tough like that. Can't let them be all so stupid. Well, hey, guys. And yeah. There you go, Lisa. Here's your wrench. She finally earned it, dude. I mean, after all this time, I guess. I guess. Mm, 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 mm. So yeah. What's up, guys? I'm just kind of practicing over here. I'm getting down, what needs to get down in the YouTube land, which is the story of us. And boy, what a journey it's been these last 4 years or so. They've just flown by, haven't they? I'm telling you, there is a difference of flat earth time, for sure. Yeah, like, let's see. Right around Jamie Brown's, I think there was a, because it's kind of gone little moments here and there that kind of stick out. You got Matthew Boylan, Matthew Powerland, whatever, doing his thing, being all weird. And you got Project Camelot. You got the one dude that was talking Pac-Man Earth, and these other cats that were talking whatever Earth, but it was always, if you had a channel and you had an opinion about what you thought the Earth was, everybody else's opinion was shit and poo-poo on you for having that opinion. If you weren't flat Earth and you decided you were upward Earth or whatever, upturned Earth, concave, whatever the fuck, then you're an asshole or an idiot. You don't believe it's concave, then you're an asshole or an idiot. Come on, people. Is it really the smartest thing in the world to just start saying that you know what this place is after just finding out that you've been duped for your whole life? But then you're just going to figure it out in a couple weeks and be good with it? I mean, come on. First sign of a fake flat earther. If they're talking about definitive shit and saying that things are definitively this or definitively that, they're not real flat earthers, because a real flat earther isn't definitive about anything. They don't make choices. They don't stick to their guns on shit. They go with what might sound good to them, you know, but they could change also, because you just don't know. And that's about as honest as you can get. You want honest answer, you say the honest thing, which would be, I don't know shit. And why would I? If I came through unscathed through this whole nonsense, I would already be a flat earther. I wouldn't become a flat earther. I was right there with everybody else. That's the thing that drives me nuts, is when people are referring to globe people. When they're referring to the globe people, those globe people that was me. I was the NASA nerd. I wasn't calling everybody stupid. I will say that. Okay. I had my own reservations when it came to flat Earth, but in no time did I ever get on a chat or get on a hangout and call another person an idiot for thinking that it was flat. I was pretty much, first interview that I listened to was pretty much over after that. But I still had the same thoughts that everybody does. You know, it's stupid, ridiculous. I'm not going to look into it. Short-lived, but it was still there. But it didn't work on me. Whatever they tried to do, that everybody else is still in it, something didn't work, click. I mean, they obviously have a plan, and one of them was not to have people break out of their shit, their spells, and start figuring this stuff out. I'm sure this is not, well, that I'm not a plan of theirs, you know, if that makes sense. Or maybe I am. Hell, maybe that's the mind screw. It could be. Maybe this is their plan. Fact is, I'm never going to know their plan. Another fact is that everything that I've ever been taught has been through their filters. Yeah, here and there, I might get a story from a dude who, you know, tells me something different that happened than what was written down. Okay, sure, maybe once or twice, but not every single freaking thing. Because that's what happens. Flat Earth comes around, all your textbooks go bye-bye. And I don't mean bye-bye meaning they go bye-bye for good. I'm saying everything you know is shit now. And it should be. I've got a pretty good, I think, relationship with my creator. Communication is solid. As far as anything else that's happened in my life, I honestly don't think that they would put me in a situation I couldn't handle. And no matter how shitty a situation I might get myself into, it always comes back to I probably become a better person because of it in the end. Or that's at least what I should try to do. So, this knowledge that I've come across has to be a sign to tell me, hey, here now is evidence of chicanery going on of the massive scale. And do what you will with it. But if you do take this evidence as irrefutable or feel it warrants, its importance, I guess, is top notch, number one, no doubt about it. It's a big step that you have to take. But I truly believe that I was chosen along with everybody else that's been in my presence, I guess. Not everybody in my presence has been great, awesome people. I'm sure of that. Again, another reminder that I cannot control everything. I do not know everything, nor do I feel it's possible to know everything. And even if it was possible, not worth it. I don't have ultimate control over what other people think. But I do have control over me. Simplify it down to that. There's a reason why they say day by day, minute by minute, hour by hour. And that shit works. Along with that, too, would be a clear communication between you and your creator that you can take all the books and pretty much throw them all away. And not all the books. I'm talking about the indoctrination books, these education textbooks that everybody seems to have a curriculum and they have to go by, and there's these standardized tests that people take, and a generalized education that one must have in order to get along in this world. And especially anything that has to do with my spirituality, gone. Sorry, these people have deceitfully masterminded a plan beyond the scope of anything that could ever be imagined when it comes to worldwide domination. And you're telling me that you're going to find out that they've been doing that but then say, okay, but when it comes to my salvation, they must be telling the truth. That's where they're not telling the truth the most. And just saying what they're trying to preach with their religion might be on the face of it. Well, what do you mean? I know a lot of religious people who are very good people. They live their life by the Lord and Jesus, and it's a good story, and it's a good way to live. And that's all. Those are all true things. And that's exactly why it's an easy story to follow and to live by. And to know that there's nothing nefarious or bad about that. About, you're going to church on Sunday and giving your money to the church for the right reasons. But you start tricking yourself into thinking that's how you are. That's how you are. That isn't even close to the majority of how people, quote unquote, are. So the majority of people will take that virtuous attitude that you have, which is nice and kind and giving, and treat others the way you want to be treated. A lot of the times, two normal people, when they want to be treated the way they expect to be treated, they don't turn around and lie to each other, especially about the shape of the earth. But what deceitful people do, what evil people do, is they hone in on that type of virtue and they corrupt the shit out of it. And they use it to their advantage. And when I say to their advantage, that means they will lie about killing children. They will lie about killing babies. They will lie about anything and everything as long as it gets you emotionally triggered. How could they ever? They would never do that. I mean, there's no way that they would ever that I would even imagine lying about a situation like such as something that happens. Well, of course you can't imagine that they would lie about something like that. That's exactly why they lie about it. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't. For somebody just to say to you on a TV screen, such and such happened on this such a day, and whatever, you're going to take that information. And there's nothing you can do about that. They have the ultimate power in that. Yes, they're going to lie. They do it all the time. And they're getting good at it. Because after all, is it hurting anybody in the end? Is the lie really hurting anybody? Well, the lie itself may not be hurting anybody at all. You're right about that. That's true. And the person who's watching, if they're buying into it and they're believing that whatever is being said is real, that is their fault as well. I can see that, where you can flip the script on them like that, which is probably why they do what they do. Some sick, twisted thought in their head makes them think that, oh, well, it's their fault for believing it. Could be. And I don't know. It's really hard to get in the head of a psychopath, but nonetheless, you have to assume that these people exist, and therefore you would have to try to figure out what might be going on in their numpties. But, I only have my experience. and the experience of other people I've heard from before, but never known anybody to own a country or Federal Reserve or whatever. Wasn't that lucky to have friends like that, but wasn't that lucky. If I would have had friends like that, I would have shot myself by now. And I've talked to several people who've had an experience that matches some type of communication with the divine. I'm not the only one there. I would hope a story that I've heard from somebody else that's kind of matched mine wasn't telling a lie, no reason for me to, no reason for me to think they would. So if that's happening, I hear it all around the places that I frequent. It's a good sign. And this is a good place to be. Truly believe that. No matter what, I will be. I mean, I have no other choice. I mean, I'll definitely be accepting of the fact that I will never really know the truth. The more accepting of that I am, I think the easier my life will be without just that nagging question. But I hope I never get it answered, while I'm alive. It'd be boring. What happens next? It's like what we've talked about before, like reading the end of a book. You don't really want to get to the end of the book because you don't want to finish reading it. The reading of the story is the fun. The unveiling of this whole thing is the fun of it. That's what I tried to get a lot of people on board with at least the way I was thinking of things. Just because it's going to happen, let's have fun with it. You know what to expect. Let's get better. Let's have answers ready for people before they can even get the question out. I'm sure, just like everybody else who starts coming on to hangouts and talking to other people, there's an excitement that goes on. There's a what do they call it? A growth or whatever. Everybody goes through it. Starts out with, oh, the flat earth is stupid. And I would never believe that it's flat. And you're like, holy shit, it might be flat. I think it's actually flat. Holy shit, it's flat. Oh my God, it's flat. That whole up and down roller coaster that you take there's an excitement that goes on with having the information, and the information, and you wonder if they know. Like it's one of those. They're the higher ups. They have this knowledge that they're holding back on everybody else, but you know what they're holding. You know the secret, and just that feeling of I know something you don't know is kind of cool. It's on a global scale here. We're not talking just a few hundred people that are getting psyched out. We're talking about worldwide, whatever the hell that means. And it's new and different and exciting because you don't know anything. That's a clean slate. That means your palette, your canvas is wide the fuck open now. That's some exciting shit. But it's a depressing state of mind sometimes. And you can get wrapped up real easy. Right back in. Not wrapped up in that you go back to the thinking that way, but just wrapped up in a sense of life is happening. No matter what you think, life is going to continue to happen. And when life is just happening around your numpty, and your numpty is the way it is, if you don't get out every once in a while, then yeah, it can get maddening for sure. Let's face it, this isn't knowledge that you just go shouting in the streets like George from It's a Wonderful Life. Hey, everybody, I'm a flat earther. Hey, Merry Christmas. Flat earther. Can we at least change like FLAT to PH? Would that wouldn't help either. I should just accept it. Fuck it. I'm flat earther. Although I'm not liking flat earthers at the moment. At least a lot of them who seem to be I don't know if it's a little maybe too aggressive with the other side, not realizing that they were them once too. Or is the other side just knowing what buttons to push with people? It's hard to say. I'm sure there's probably a lot of that shit going on both sides, but it's tough for me to get emotionally involved to a point of feeling a negative emotion um, to a state of frenzy. I can't see that there being a reason behind that. And I don't know anybody on the internet that's close to my family members or anybody that I've known in the past. So all that's really left to affect me would be threats or fear or whatever else. And I don't know. I wouldn't put it past any of these folks out here, but you make yourself crazy thinking like that also. I would hope that my naivety, I am still naive. And still get surprised by people, especially Poncho Pete, the way things ended with him. Not necessarily ended, but the way shit went down. Never would have thought that would have happened back in the day. When things were going on PPC1, my mindset was very, very good. And I had ideas and plans. That now you get slapped in the face with reality that what really went down. Was I really in touch or in was I really aware of the possibilities around it. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of any signs of Poncho starting to act a certain way. I mean, I know they're the no fuel in the wings type of deal, but I saw that as just differences of opinion. Not never really saw him ever get after anybody about it. Maybe I wasn't around when he did, which that would happen a lot. Couldn't be around 24/7, but at the same time, I tried to be as much as possible. And you can't get the memos. You don't have like daily meetings in the morning. People get together and say, "Oh, well, let's go over what happened last night before today." You know. So yeah, there's a lot of confusion and a lot of miscommunication, a lot of misreading of things. I'm sure there's been people who chatted something that was taken a totally different way than what was intended. That's probably happened a bunch of times. And you wonder those misunderstandings, how many fights or how many um, or drama that's been stirred up has just been because of miscommunication or misreading of something. And if only there was body language there to be read or to be interpreted, there could be a lot of things that have been different. We were on the internet where we were missing 90% of communication between two people, which is body language, facial expression. Um, that's huge. And we're missing that in this platform. That needs to be a disclaimer almost every time when we have one of these hangouts. Like, look, guys, we can't see everybody. We don't know what your facial expression is. We don't know what your body language is like. Please have that in consideration whenever you are talking because we don't know. Some people might hear you say something and think it's totally different than what you're meaning. So also make sure if you're joking to either be really good at it or tell people that you're going to be making a joke before you joke, which would take away from the joke. So it's like that's an unsaid thing, I believe. It should be anyway. That look, we 9 times out of 10, we're not going to show our faces on here. It's uncomfortable for a lot of people. I get it. I'm not on here with my face a lot of the times. I don't feel comfortable being out doing it because nobody else is, really. If everybody else did, I guess I probably would. But, oh well. It doesn't bother me one bit. Some people, that bothers them. That's a difference of opinion. It does not mean that a person's better or worse than you are. Haunted was saying it earlier about judging people. Don't judge people. Give me a fucking break. That's the first thing that you do. Every single person you come in contact with is you judge them. Right or wrong, it's what we do. It's just what we do. And for anybody to tell you that they don't, they're full of shit. Whether it be consciously or subconsciously, you give them the once over at least, the up and down look. You square them out, figure them out. At least you think you do in the very beginning. I do it all the fucking time. It's not that bad of a thing. And as long as you tell people, like, look, this is who we are as human beings. We are judges of others. But as long as we're cognizant of that fact, we can be better people because of it. If we know what our flaws are, and we know what our just our flaws really is what we need to know. Nothing else really is needed to know because the opposite is what should be being done. If you're just trying to simplify shit, you know. you know, all that shit that you want to do but you won't do because it makes you'll feel bad about it. Yeah, that's probably why you should probably not do it. Just saying. The whole pat me on the back attitude also is something that needs to go. I'm all for giving somebody credit where credit's due, but I'm not all for giving credit to somebody who doesn't deserve it. And you know what? I try to do my best to let people know that they're doing a good job. I can't make it to everybody. By goodness, I know that if I was getting some praise from whatever I was doing, I'd be good with that. I wouldn't need to have it all the freaking time in order for people to or to you know justify my actions all the time and make sure that everybody's okay with it. And if they're not patting me on the back, then I'm gonna go pout and boo hoo, whatever. Just those little immaturity type of things are those things that stick out the most.
So what Jeff say about his thing that he got? The picture or video?
What'd you say?
What Jess had to just take another video over the moon or whatever, or picture?
Just take another picture?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh, you didn't see the moon picture he got in the background the other day or whatever?
Yeah, that was this morning. Or yesterday morning.
Yeah, and then I heard him saying something about it earlier. Like it was like maybe a mirage or whatever. Or a lens, something to do with the lens.
Well, lens flare could be an explanation, but
he said he thought it again.
If it is, it'd be the first.
Yeah, he said he went out and caught it again, and it has to be a doubling of the lens. A double image from the way the lens is.
Well, whatever it ends up being, if it's an anomaly with this camera or some other anomaly that doesn't match well, I don't know what we're hoping. I mean, there's really nothing that flat earthers really
Oh no, he
should
said it
hope.
matches. He said it matched the same one he did earlier or the other day. He did it again, and he said it was had to do with his lens.
So it was a lens issue. It was not a double moon.
Yes.
When did he make that? When did he say that?
Earlier I heard him.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
If
He was
that's the case, that's cool. you know. And that's another difference between us and the globe people, is they won't change their tune of anything. And flat earthers are more than willing to change anytime that it's something ain't right, you know. There really is no bias that I've seen, that I've witnessed with flat earth, you know, research going on around, like with Josh and Nathan Gonzalez and those guys at the Salton Sea. I saw nothing but fairness, you know, and trying to keep things recorded as good as possible without. If they would have went to the Salton Sea, Dim, and they would have found curve, do you think they would have hid it from us? Do you think they would have tried to deceive Poncho Pete and try to hide the fact that they saw curve? I don't see that being possible. I don't know.
What happened?
Oh, I just a lot of attacks that come from others say there's this bias towards whatever experiment that's going on. There's this expected outcome that if flat earthers were to come to a different conclusion than what they're expecting, they would be deceitful and try to hide that information. Like, I don't see flat earthers being that way at all. I actually see the opposite happening. It's like with Soundly in his picture, right, Dim, with curve. There was
Oh, you mean the one curved picture for the last
the
50?
one picture, one picture, yeah. Why one? So stupid.
Well, you would think there would be 50 million of them bitches.
Yeah, you take a ton of them. That right there is deceitful. That right there is
You
being
shouldn't
afraid
need
of.
to look other than your cell phone or a picture taking device to take a picture and see the curve in front of you, or behind you, or on the left of you, or on the right of you.
Does
All at the
a person who's being as truthful as possible, is that the way that they act? Is that the way that they conduct themselves? Is that the experiment? Is that how they would do their experiment? I
No.
say no. Absolutely not.
No, they would show you every angle. They would show you front, back, left, right, at a distance. It wouldn't be up and to the left at a certain degree, tilted at a certain angle, zoomed in upon from a certain distance for a certain purpose, at an overshadowing way, staring at the wall of the bridge at a focused point at the wall while the image is smashed, or whatever you want to call it, compacted or whatever, compressed. Get the fuck out of here.
So can I really take him seriously in anything that he says?
No.
Not just that, anything. I can't imagine Dim you checking out Soundly's other does he got any tips for how to beat that summer heat this summer? I mean, are you going to go check out his video for that? Because on that he's telling the truth. Do you see that being any type of possibility?
For what now?
For Soundly to give you any other Soundly advice on anything else? And you believe any of it? Anything that comes out of his mouth?
If he said that people are some people are falsifiers of information, I'd say, man, I believe you. If he'd say some people don't tell the truth a lot, I'd say, man, I believe you. If he'd say some people just can't let go of something even though it's not reality, I'd say, I could listen to you on that, Soundly. That'd be about it.
Yep. And if you made those statements, you know, good on him. He's taking a step forward. heading the right direction. There's a starting point somewhere, because not everybody deserves to be miserable and shitty human beings. This is the land of second, third, fourth, fifth, hell, even six chances. Hell, you can have 7 or 8, even 9 or 10 dim chances in this world, as long as you are a good person at heart, and whatever mistake that you've made is a mistake that's been of your own detriment, not anybody else's. You can have as many chances as you want, as long as you're not hurting anybody else. And if you're a good person with a good soul inside, because I've known many people, good people, decent people, who get in trouble or make a mistake, and they, a lot of people don't deserve to be where they're at. But if you were looking at this from a third person point of view, okay, you start paying attention to how one side is acting or reacting to whatever is being presented. And clearly, without even a question, we're kicking ass, if you want to put it in that sense of nothing to hide, nothing to be scared of. I mean, there's flat earthers will do a debate with you 2 minutes after, whatever, something stressful in their life that they're dealing with. 2 minutes after that, they'll be on, ready to rock and roll with any type of quote unquote debate you want to come with, especially a well intelligent, well informed flat earther. There's no notes that need to be had. There's no rules that someone needs to go by. It's just straight up, look, I know this shit because I know it to be true, and it's because it's the truth. And if you have two sides of that, where there is and honestly, it really does make me laugh to believe the side that we are going against is one in which preaches a reality only based in books and language. Zero of it's based in reality, right? Like you're not spinning, but you're spinning. Stars aren't far away, but yes, they are. Sun and the moon are not doing what they appear to be doing. And the reason for all this is because of a book that we have written, and we're going to jam down your face. Give you no other choice. That's how silly it is, though, really. You can pretty much get somebody to believe the opposite of what's really happening, and they'll believe it. The plan is it been in place for however many years, but it's there. And even though the claims that are made by them are outrageous and ridiculous, it's still our burden to prove we are not spinning, and our bodies tell us that. The stars are close, or not close, but not light years away. Sun and moon, Yeah, they are circling around you, just like it appears that they are. You know, water's always level. You know, it's funny when you're trying to tell somebody else about how water is level, and with a straight face, sometimes not even a pause, somebody on the other end of that will say, well, no, not really. That's when you really kind of figure out the power of these people to have the balls to say that water, well, it isn't really level. When I was a kid and my dad put up that leveler, right, the bubble would get in between those two lines, and then I knew for a fact that whatever, wherever he was holding that thing, it was level. That was simple. As a child, I knew that. I don't understand how grown ass people can't get that through their heads, that level is level to the level levels, or however Alien Zoo likes to put it. Level is level, son, on all levels. These aren't NASA people either that are coming with a vengeance towards others. These are regular folks, people that just have astronomy, you know, classes twice a week because it's fun for them to talk about that kind of shit. Like, they're the ones coming at us, not anywhere from NASA. So, like, this whole idea of people being paid to put out disinformation, they don't need it. They're good with the minions they have out there right now. Because they'll fight to the death. They won't go down unless, you know, there's no way that I've heard people say, and this is no joke, absolutely would never admit that the earth was flat. They would go down with the idea of it that it's a ball, even if they were given like no doubt evidence that it's definitely flat. They still would go down believing it's a ball because, you know, it's just too hard to let go of that space. And I get that. Stubborn. That's what we got to deal with, man. You want to ask for evidence that mind control is, or if you want evidence of mind control, there you go. There's your evidence. I say that all the time with people that say there's no way that it could be flat because not everybody would be lying, or however normal answer that would come back. And it's always the same thing. Your mind has been hijacked, and here's your evidence.
You are now entering the Twilight Zone.
Well, it was easy for me to break that down, though. Okay, what's the only thing that I've ever been taught? Okay, that thing, this thing. Well, that's a little weird.
Right.
You know, that's strange. That was strange to me. Why one way?
You get variety in some things, but then you get set things like, where are more musical instruments being made? Where are more musical notes, different tones, different melodies, different stuff? Just a whole different new, like, why? Why is it set for the last 1,000 years? Weird, right?
And I think I turned my back on space when they told me that the planets outside of Mars were gaseous planets. I didn't like that. I thought that was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. How does gas form into a ball, right?
Well, I mean, you should be able to fart a planet then, right?
And what stops? What stops the planetary process? It just becomes a ball and then that's it. Just, okay, that's enough gas for now. And then millions of miles away, more is where there's another ball of it. It's no sense at all. There's no continuity. I didn't like that as a kid. I didn't like that we couldn't go to those planets because there's no actual land on them. Anything when you're that age is going to be true to you because you have no other reason to believe otherwise. It's another trick they pull. And you hear it from everybody. Well, why would they lie? Or whatever. You're a kid. There's no other reason for you to believe them to be doing anything else but telling you the truth. Which should bother Globers as well. Like I know I wasn't alone. You probably grew up the same way that I did. Same way that all these people did. You're telling me that I can pick up those signs that I was getting led a certain direction, at least. You can't give me that, people. But no, I found nothing weird about the way I grew up and got indoctrinated. Like, you didn't find it weird? Like alchemy, for instance. I didn't know what the hell alchemy was until 2 years ago. That's insane. Should have been one of the very first things I learned about. But no, I guess my multiplication was more important. Learning how to do 9 times 6 in a fast way that only a consumer could be appreciated, you know? And I still remember my multiplication through songs that we had to sing in 3rd grade. 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, and 72, 81, and 90. 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 56, 64, 72. Now say 80 and boo ba boo. That's indoctrination right there. Me remembering all those songs. And for anybody to think that it's impossible for them to be lying, you're kidding yourself. Because it's the motive, the means, and the opportunity are all there for these things to be happening. And it's not impossible. You really only need a generation. A generation and a plan and a school curriculum, and boom, you'd be amazed at what you can get accomplished. How many people you can get tricked. How could they do that to us? Well, if it's the only thing that you're being taught, I mean, and they give you no other choice. There's no moment when you're a child where you're like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go see about this theory or this way of thinking. That's not no, which is what school should have been, by the way. Different ways to freely use your mind. Just the routine and the cycle, the feelings, the like clockwork, man. You knew what time of year it was by what, whether or not you're going to school. Not going to school, summertime, or in some cases, summer school. You know what I mean? There was a flow that everybody was very, and they still are. Everybody wants to get on the flow, in the flow. They can't wait to do it. People with 3-year-olds just can't wait till next year. Then they'll be able to give up their child to somebody else. And it's not in a nefarious way like, oh, here's my child, so indoctrinate them. That's exactly how they trick you, man. It's not impossible.
Were you the one asking about the Baghdad battery stuff earlier?
Yeah, I did.
What were you wondering about it?
That's another thing that bothers me about the past, and people tend to think electricity was this thing that they were supposed to have, or that everybody had, or that if they didn't have or if they didn't have electricity, then they must not have been civilized. I don't necessarily buy that. I can't really wrap my head around, and maybe I'm missing something, and that's why I asked the question of I can't think of a natural way that electricity would be needed in order for us as a people advance spiritually, emotionally, all that shit. I just don't see it being a very natural thing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. That's what I'm wondering. Am I missing something?
Oh, you mean like how in the hell are they the ones that had it back then at that exact time and no one else? And what gave me the idea of it?
Well, just I guess not just the idea of it, but what would be a useful application that electricity could play on the evolution of the human civilization.
So you can see it now.
What I've come to understand is one of the reasons electricity was invented or was needed by Edison and those other fucks was because they wanted people to work in the dark. And basically, with the light bulb, you are now able to work into the night. You know, that was my when I first looked at. Let me see if I can find it again. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm being I don't know, favorable towards conspiracy on that one, but I don't think I am. I think I'm onto something. Okay, so okay, so the Russian engineer. Oh, hold on. Okay, so can you see my screen? Dim? Electricity was first sold in the United States in 1879 by the California Electric Light Company in San Francisco, which produced and sold only. Yeah, okay.
What is it? What was it?
You see my screen?
Yeah, it's real small. I mean, I'm on a phone, so it's not really gonna matter for me. You know what I mean?
So this says that electricity was first sold in the United States in 1879 by the California Electric Light Company. So it was first sold in 1879, not sold. I want to know the practical implication for why it was needed. What were people saying about electricity before that was like, man, I wish we could do this, you know? What was the thing that
See in the dark, alchemy,
well, alchemy wouldn't be
like work with certain metals and materials, change the magnetic property of things to make them lighter.
the study of electrons and neutrons, that shit like that. I can see that magnetism and
Yeah.
that
Like
kind of
some of the swords and stuff back in the day,
study of the
you
static
put them down
electricity.
and they would point north or south. Some of the swords they used to make for their weaponry. So like if you poured that same material or wood per se, which can conduct electricity itself, right? You take wood shavings or wood pulp and you mix it in cement. You know, you instead of having sandstone, you can have woodstone. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with like I said, the bubbles in your pee, you know, or the pee itself, you know, or poop in the stone? It would change a property in the magnetics or the negative or the positive. And you know how they have piezoelectric and shit like that. So, and then P, its electrical property. All these things can have to do with weight. A lot of things. And atomic structure and just whatever the fuck the property of the material is. The heat to make different materials. Alchemy, you know, make different, stronger stone, better stone, waterproof stuff,
Okay.
non-rusting metals, you know, stainless steel, fucking how to make a diamond, all kind of shit. But I would have implemented a long time ago anything that was weightless or anything that had any kind of buoyancy or magnetic property that or anything that helped it levitate, you know?
Consequences of Edison's electric lamps. Here was practical proof that long distance systems were indeed efficient. Okay. How does an electric charge cause mechanical motion or make things light up? Okay. Utilizing electricity from solar and wind in a grid becomes problematic at high levels for complex but now well demonstrated reasons, while also testing the practical limits of doing so from wind and solar variable renewable energy. Okay, there's still nothing that's telling me that there is a reason behind having electricity. The only thing I'm seeing is because you need motors to be ran. You need generators to be pushing out shit. You gotta have turbines and other things. Those sound like pretty industrial, so to speak. Make people work a lot longer, harder. Now there's electricity, there's heat now inside these buildings. What I'm saying is I guess is electricity was made so that work can be done. A lot of information on how it works and what it is and how we can utilize it. But There is no practical reason. Strictly speaking, thermoelectric generators take a temperature difference and turn it into electrical power. Heat, I can see that. Okay, heat and cool during the, not necessarily cool during the summertime, but heat during the wintertime, keep you alive. That makes sense. Sources of electricity. Fossil fuels, 67%. Give me a break. That we know that's bull crap. Renewable energy, nuclear power. We know nuclear power is not what they say it is. So again, you have this electricity, which everybody seems to be very dependent of. I am too. I'm guilty. So let's see what they say here. Okay, so here we have Ben Franklin. Shady motherfucker, man. Whore. Big time whore bag. Not judging. Just saying. Guy spent over half of his life in another country. Hardly ever spoke to his daughter. Not necessarily father of the year material. But again, shouldn't judge. Here's our founder. Electricity is a form of energy and it occurs in nature. So it was not invented. As to who discovered it, many misconceptions abound. The truth about the discovery of electricity is a bit more complex than a man flying his kite. Actually goes back more than 2,000 years. Sure it does. Let's see what they say in the universe today. In the universe today, space and astronomy news. Latest, groundbreaking. Electricity is a form of energy and it occurs in nature, so it was not invented. Okay, so keep going. The truth about the discovery of electricity is a bit more complex than a man flying his kite. 1,000 years, 6,000 BC, ancient Greeks. Gotta love the ancient Greeks, man. And the vague 600 BC number. 600-ish, maybe 7. Rubbing fur on amber. Fossilized tree resin caused an attraction between the two, and so what the Greeks discovered was actually static electricity. Yeah, because they weren't idiots. They didn't know. They didn't know what was going on. Additionally, researchers and archaeologists in the 30s discovered pots, sheets of copper inside that they believe may have been ancient batteries meant to produce light at ancient Roman sites. So they were meant to produce light at the ancient Roman sites, or they were meant to produce light for what exactly? Why is the light being produced? Similar devices were found in archaeological digs near Baghdad. Archaeological digs. Doesn't give me confidence. Okay, near Baghdad, meaning ancient Persians may have also used any in an early form of batteries, or it could have been something that was placed and put out as a historical artifact, when in fact it was just a prop to lead us in a different direction. Who knows? That's why you can't believe in any type of archaeological dig. You just can't. I mean, yeah, take the information, sure, okay. But is it really true? Who knows? 17th century, many electricity related discoveries had been made, such as the invention of an early electrostatic generator. That electrostatic generator, by the way, sorry, it had to be at a massive scale in order for it to do any real damage. I would, if I'm not mistaken, I might have to double check on that. Electrostatic generator. Differentiation between positive and negative currents, and the classification of materials as conductors or insulators. And these things are all in nature, so that is all correct. Not saying electricity is a bad thing necessarily, but definitely has been hijacked. English physician William Gilbert used the Latin word electricus to describe the force that certain substances exert when rubbed against each other. A few years later, another English scientist, Thomas Brown, wrote several books, and he used the word electricity to describe his investigations based on Gilbert's work. Frank conducted the experiment with a key in a storm. Lightning and tiny electrical sparks were the same thing. Electricity in 1800 constructed the voltaic pile, an early electric battery that produced a steady electric current. So he was the first person to create a steady flow of electrical charge. For what, though? To also created the first transmission of electricity by linking positively charged and negatively charged. Why was he doing this? In 1831, electricity became viable for use in technology. Again, very vague. Michael Faraday created the electric dynamo. Power generation. Okay, so he's generating electric current in an ongoing and practical way, but for what? Faraday's rather magnet. Incandescent. Incandescent bulb was the first practical one. They had to come up with that one. And so street lamps, so that commerce could continue to happen, more money can be pouring in. The whole idea behind it seems very I'm sure there were some investments that were made. Some people got rich. fuck they roll. Bastages. I don't know, man. Something shady about that whole light bulb thing. And it seemed to me like that they were going for, there's a goal of some kind that they're not telling anybody about. Reasons behind why electric current needed to be created in the first place. What was it powering? What was the application? Was it just because they were curious about it, or was it?
It was also to do with people who couldn't hear. So you could see like a light or something, some type of sensor to let you know yes, no, go, something like that. You know what I mean? For the hearing impaired, because Bell's wife couldn't hear, the one that made the telephone. So it all ties in. I mean, in a way.
Well, telephone communication would be a reason why electricity would be important. I could see that.
Well, he was trying to make a hearing aid device for the phone for his wife. I guess supposedly that's what that was. I don't believe that
Well, you're
either.
exactly right. You're exactly right. It's communication. So there's your practical reason, but why you would have electricity then would be communication reasons.
Right. To like dee 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 Morse code with lighting, or Morse code with sound, Morse code with frequency. Like I said, you can also do a lot of different things with it. When you're talking master masons or people who want to like do different things with materials or
Well, think about
sound
it. Let's think
and
about it here. So, what would be important to us in those in a time such as that where we're growing nation of people and we need to figure out,
what are you attracted to?
well,
City lights, like fucking bugs, dude. If you got lights in the past and there's no lights anywhere else, what do you think people are drawn towards? Your city is
yeah,
gonna start there. People are gonna be drawn towards that, like a fucking light, like a sign, like a, you know what I mean? Think about it.
yes, I can totally
Ultimate
understand
crowd
reasons
bringer.
why they want the cities to be eliminated for sure.
You know, a structure in the daytime's one thing, that you can see. Illuminated shit at night in a big structure, a stone thing that you can go to that looks like, you could that, protection, some big ass thing, stronger than the wind, stronger than the rain, supposedly. Till an earthquake or a hurricane come knock that shit down like nothing. The master mason thing is they're supposed to be, master masons, meaning stronger than, the four elements: wind, water, fire, you know.
Well, uh,
Earth.
there was definitely an investment that was made in terms of this. So there had to have been somebody that was um, paying for experiments, or at least trying to figure out how to hone or hoard charge, electrical charge. I guess that would be the thought process is, okay, well, here's this buildup of energy that is there because we've seen it there via static and other things that we rub together. So there's a definite positive negative thing going on where it's definitely a buildup of something. So obviously, let's figure out a way to multiply that and hold on to it. So then we can, distribute it to our advantage. That makes sense to me of a greasy bastard psychopath way of thinking, you know? It's definitely something that they were after, you know, from the jump. At least since just the thinking process behind lightning. Not only that they know it to exist for sure that it was happening, but somebody somewhere was like, I want to control that shit, you know? Be like the guy that stumbled across fire. You know that that guy did not let that sucker die out, right? For the longest time, probably. I don't care what we got to throw on this bitch. We got to keep it going. Somebody find some more. Quick, throw the bodies on. Throw people's bodies on here. That's a freaky thing to just happen. It doesn't happen all the time. You can't just be carrying it with you like a pet, you know? I don't know about you, but at every party that I remember going to that was like a bonfire, or maybe somebody just started a fire in their basement or something. I don't know. There was just something very hypnotizing about watching a fire. You've gone to a camp, and surely you've been camping before, right? And just number one thing, what's the first thing you do at a campsite? Gather up the wood, baby, because we're starting a fire. First things first. Get that fire going. When you start to think logically, also, it's only logical to think if there's something that you've witnessed in your life, then there was probably a first time that thing would have happened. It's only what you could get through just easy deduction of things. Like you don't have a thing happen unless it's either the first time it's happened, or if it hasn't happened for the first time, there was a first time that it was there. That you can't take that away from anything that you witness, right? So it's only natural to think that there would have been a first time somebody stumbled upon fire or was able to make fire.
Yeah, when lightning hit.
See, here's I don't know. I've seen lightning hit a lot of places, but I've never seen like fire just
Or at a
happen.
time when there's not a million houses everywhere and everything like that, and there's
I'm
all
sure
forest,
probably
a forest, you
practical
probably see,
reasons. Right?
yeah, you probably see a little more fires from lightning. If you lived in like
In
a jungle or something,
California, when they have those fires going, is that
you see
like
fires
is that
from just nothing
that's
from there.
They say that those are natural fires. I don't buy that.
Heat. Well, some of them are.
Probably
I mean, natural in what sense? I mean, you throw out a bottle of water the wrong way at the wrong angle, it can burn down the fucking forest. I mean,
cigarette,
yeah, yes, sir.
or so they
Well,
say.
but when you're dealing with like Nevada fucking heat and you got brush and shit like that, and any weeds or anything that's dry, shit.
What are the animals out there making sparks or what?
No, it just gets you like 120 degrees there and shit. Fucking hot. I mean, it's just hot, and then you got the fucking air. It's like a convection oven, and it can. I don't know. It can just light shit up sometimes. I don't know how the fuck it does it.
So natural fires would be something that civilization
Now,
would have stumbled upon. You know,
the
they would have been
government,
they would have been happy. I would think. Maybe they would have been pissed. I don't know.
it'd probably be a lot less. I mean, you're talking about civilization
Well,
right now.
if
It's
they're
probably
witnessing
all fires
fire and if it's a
by people.
civilization, yeah, if there's a lot of people, I guess it would probably be a bad thing, huh?
Well, I'm saying people probably do fucking start a lot of those fires, and firefighters start fire.
No, dim. I was talking about like the people that stumbled upon either a natural fire or the knowledge to make fire, whatever, however that came about. I'm probably pretty sure if it was a
Lava,
civilization that was involved with it, it probably came about in a bad way, negative. Like their
probably by
town
lava.
burned down or something
Lava
because of a
also.
lightning strike or something.
Lava burns everything in its path.
Lava is fire, also. That's true.
Yep.
Natural fire.
So
They
yeah,
have those geyser things that come out of the ground, don't they? That are
um, steam
maybe
geyser, gas
not
geyser, water geyser,
not
fire
not
geyser.
not fire though, huh?
I don't know. I don't know. I imagine anything's possible. I imagine if a geyser shoots up a right material and sparks another material or some flint or something, then maybe yeah, you could probably spark a fucking. Just never know. That's a good question. I wonder if there is any of those.
In my head, there are. In my head, also, if in those places you have to like jump over certain cricks and the cracks in the floors, and in the end, there's like a prize, and you get to go to the next level, like a video game. You know, that's usually where I've seen the fire coming out of the ground. Other than that, not so much.
What about quicksand?
I thought I might have been in quicksand one time when I was a kid, but I think that was just me having some wishful thinking.
That's the best wishful thinking. I hope I'm in fucking quicksand today. That's funny.
No, because it'd be cool if you were, you know.
Yeah. Same here. Same here. I used to wishful think I was in quicksand sometimes. Yeah. I'll tell you what, the closest you come to it's like a golf park or a golf course. You go to that little boat thing where you get the golf balls, about 5 foot deep, and then there's like 5 foot of mud in that mug underneath the water. And it's like, I mean, you could literally sink into it like quicksand, but it stops at about 4 or 5 foot. So. Oh yeah, I used to jump my bike in there, man. I'm gonna just stick right in there. The tire just stuck. Yeah, you have to pry your bike back up to the top. Probably many a stuff lost in that pond. But there's, I mean, yeah, who would in a village, like which person, and why would be the first implementation of bringing about the electricity. Because the light bulb is not the first time that we had electricity. The light bulb is the modernized, paid-for version. It's like you figured out the Baghdad battery, now you figure out how to control people with it. Pay us for your electricity, we control you. Pay us for your heat, we control you. So electricity could be a, moth to a flame, control, all kind of shit. And any other medium you can use it for. The shock and awe. Like, oh, shiny lights, like a moth to a flame. Moths will fly to a light and kill themselves. I mean, what does that say to you about species or just life and just certain things? Like an actual thing will fly itself to something that burns it or kills it and keep doing it for nothing. There's no point to it. But yet moths aren't dead. There's billions of them still. Even though moths and June bugs and everything flies to flames. So if you had a fire going at night, all the bugs are going to fly straight into the fucking fire. A lot of them. They'll fly straight into the fucking fire. Yeah, it's pretty weird. And material, like when I was younger, I was like, why does China not use rubber in their cement? And the people were like, what are you talking about? I'm like, well, they have rubber cement. Why would you not use that for your building foundation? They were like, you got a point. I'm like, well, what the fuck? I mean, is everybody that stupid that you wouldn't think of that? Like, you wouldn't think use different material for the fucking stuff? Mixing different things, different strengths, different heats, different, same with steel, same with rubber, same with aluminum, glass, everything. Try all of them. Shit. All different mediums. Make gold glass, mix gold with glass. Fuck. Bubbled air glass, with air pockets. We have all this shit too in forms, but lead glass, steel glass, diamond glass. I mean, fuck. I mean, if they can make diamonds, they can create bulletproof plastic or bulletproof glass. And the structural aspect of a diamond shaped fucking.
How long was I on mute right there?
I don't know. Probably 2 minutes, 3 minutes. A diamond shaped bulletproof vest. That'd be badass.
Diamond shaped bulletproof vest.
Yeah, like a diamond bulletproof vest, diamond material. How they can make cubic zirconium?
You'd be a dumbest person I think I ever be awful to know a person like that.
Why?
I'm just kidding. I don't know. I was just
Cubic zirconium? Well, I mean, if it's strong as diamond and diamond's a strong, hardest substance, I mean, a lead bullet's not going to hurt it, is it?
No, theoretically.
And then you face the points of your diamonds towards the bullet, and it's got to hit a point of a diamond. It will never hurt that.
No, I get it totally, dude.
Yeah, and you super glue those on the outside of a actual bulletproof material, and then you put a magnet and a piece of copper on the other side of that, or a piece of copper and then a magnet. Because when copper goes towards copper and it creates a certain field, it won't hit the magnet.
What were we talking about?
Huh?
What were we talking about?
I'm talking about diamond. the material, how man can make it, you know, and then they worry about what were we talking about?
That's
Fuck, I
see, that's what's so here. Check this out, Dim. So like I'm over here talking, right? And then you would talk, and then I would talk, and then you would talk, and then I find out I'm on mute, and so I was talking, thinking that you were hearing me, and I'd be like, "What is he talking about?" But I'd still go, and then you'd say it back, and it was on my end of it was so hilarious. I thought you were doing it on purpose.
No, I didn't hear you.
I know, right? So I was like, "Was I on mute that whole time?"
You shithead.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know. You're like, why is he not listening? It's not even making any sense to what I'm saying.
Is Tominoid out there for real? Tominoid, what's up, man? Yeah, I'm just kind of just messing around over here. I'm not doing anything.
But no, it fascinates me how they take the magnet and they swing it towards a piece of copper and it stops in its track. And the bullets are made of copper and you shoot them towards a magnet, like straight at the magnet with the copper plate in front of it. It's going to hit that copper plate. And then that whole copper plate is going to be pushed to the force. And it should automatically stop any bullet from hitting or compressing that together. And if you put a little liquid in there, you can't compress the liquid anyway. So if you have a bigger material than the bullet that the bullet can't penetrate, and it's going to hit that material, the liquid will absorb the impact. So my idea for DOUCHE bulletproof vest would be to implement a little liquid.
Cool. Don't know how the hell we got onto that, but I'll take it. Sounds good to me. Oh, I know. Dude, okay. And here's a valid question right here. If electricity was such a important...
Be careful what you show. You remember that, right?
What do you mean?
Be careful of what you show if you're live.
Oh, the hangout thing?
If you're live on YouTube, be careful of what you show. Because you could show your information on the top, remember?
That's not for you. That's for you're thinking of hangouts, I think. But good heads up. I'll
Yeah, just letting you know in case you put like the top information bar in there or whatever. You know what I mean?
yeah, appreciate it. I think I'm okay for right now. Let me see. There we go. So you see my screen now? Tominoid, what's up, man? Are you still out there, brother? Did I do my job? Are you entertained? What am I, like a dancing monkey or something up here? What do you want me to do? Let's see. Nope. So I was looking at this philosophy of history. Concept of history plays a fundamental role in human thought. That it does. I'm very intrigued with historical record. It takes up a lot of my free thinking space in my brain, my numpty. I don't know if I want to read this whole thing because given the plurality of voices within the philosophy of history, it is impossible to give one definition of the field that suits all these approaches. That's a true statement. In fact, it is misleading to imagine that we refer to a single philosophical tradition when we invoke the phrase philosophy of history, as the strands of research characterized here rarely engage in dialogue with each other. Still, we can usefully think of philosophers' writings about history as clustering around several large questions involving metaphysics, hermeneutics, epistemology, and historicism. What in the hell are those things? Historicism? What does history consist of? Individual actions, social structures, periods and regions, civilizations, large causal processes, divine intervention. Wow. Got it all lined up nice and pretty for us. Its history as a whole have meaning, structure, or direction beyond the individual events, actions that make it up. Is involved in our knowing, representing, and explaining history. To what extent is human history constitutive of the human present? History and its representation, actors and causes in history. So this Herodotus. I am so not Greek. So, I like this history of historians. Who wrote the history of historians? Which historian did that? Father of history, 5th century BC. What was going on there? Joseph and the Jewish War. What? 5th century AD? No. I want 1st century. No, 5th century AD. 5th century BC. They are the Bible and the poems of Homer. Okay, two. So let's see. Human societies in pre-literal times invariably pass down in an oral tradition the group's memory of what's happened in the past. This involves much legend and a certain amount of fact. When writing becomes available, the scribes record these stories. Two such collections form the Western world's greatest shared store of anecdotes, cautionary tales, heroes, and villains. The Bible and the poems of Homer. Those wouldn't be important things now, would they?
You never know.
These are not
Benjamin Franklin.
history in full sense. First deliberate attempt to discover, record, and analyze the past is made in Greece in the 5th century BC. Herodotus. the first writer to make a conscious attempt to discover and explain past events. He is rightly known as the father of history. Herodotus. Who is Herodotus? Freemason, was he?
Hero dead us. Huh.
Herodotus. Let's check him out.
It's like Aphrodite. Herodotus.
Thucydides adds a new dimension, that of contemporary history, an Athenian born probably in about 460 BC. A little vague, maybe? Could you guys be a little bit more like somewhere around maybe born probably in about
near, assuming
460
close to.
He is a young man when war is renewed. Couldn't you just say if you don't really know that much about when he was born, it's probably safe to say you probably don't know much about his life. Could be wrong about some things. So to just definitively,
we've got a book written and, you know, bibliography written by the man himself. I mean, none of these things they have. I'm just talking out my ass, but you know.
No, think about it though. You're a dude who is obviously, I guess, a big deal in the eyes of historical records.
Yeah, but
you're going to tell me that when you're explaining this gentleman to me, you're going to put after an Athenian born probably in about 460 BC. Now I'm supposed to believe that you're going to tell me that he is a young man when war is renewed between Athens and Sparta in 431 after a peace of 16 years. Like, why would I take any of that with, you know?
What if they write into some of these stories that there was a war that never existed, or there was a peace between two people that always had war, but they write to you in the books, hey, guess what, Moros, in these books it says these guys were always peaceful and great and got along together and everything. And then you look over and the people started getting along together and then you see people that did get along great and they're like, well, these people fought. These people could never get along. And then you look over there and those two people are fighting and they're like brother countries. And it's like, what the fuck? So it's like, is it a premonition type thing? Or are they like reading into it? Or are they like presupposing it and then it happens?
What I think is,
because you can do that.
Third one said right there. They're telling you that it's gonna happen.
And they coordinate certain things through the history books. And they say this name and that name and this name and that name. And if you check, I mean, it's all like the same fucking name, just spelled different ways. And it's kind of odd, right? Like, are you telling me that everybody in the world, across the world, had this type of name that rhymed with this guy? And this guy, when none of them knew each other, they didn't have a phone book, they didn't have phones, they didn't have communication across the planet. I mean, fuck.
What's really kind of interesting is the what was his name?
And it's like, how much can a village of people do with
what do you think of when you think village?
I'm just thinking, I don't think anybody was like, I'm the fucking Caesar of everything. I will tear down everyone. I will kill you all, because where in the fuck did he have the food and the time and the effort? And how do you make people do things? And so hold on. You mean like you can have kids and you as yourself didn't even want to take out the garbage as a kid sometimes. Me too, right? So like, where the fuck are you getting all these people to do all this crazy shit back in the past that supposedly all these people
are doing it now?
No problem.
You know?
No, there's incentive now. So, but what I'm saying is,
back then, why not?
Let me see. I got a whole bunch of people. I have no money. I have nothing that they don't already have. We're all sitting in here in our fucking nakedness. Like, how do I get these guys to rise up and do something weird that
Why
they
do you
don't?
think? But don't you think that that could be like something they put in your head about them being naked and all that?
Well,
They could
no, because we weren't
be a
born
lot
with clothes. That couldn't be
sophisticated.
something with our head. We had to be born naked and with nakedness. That had to be a thing. That had to be a thing.
Well, yeah,
That's not
but
a good thing. That's a true
sooner or
thing.
later you're gonna grab
The
something.
thing that got implemented was clothes, bro. Clothes got implemented. The idea that nakedness is dirty or something bad, or that if you see someone 3 times naked, or if you grow up around it, it's gonna hurt you in some way or something. Like
Dude,
when
I don't know
Bill,
about you, but I don't want my twig and berries just flipping and flopping all around. That doesn't feel like be very. I mean, I get it. I'm naked and
I didn't
everything.
say flip and flop around. I'm
Well,
just saying that
that's what would be happening.
people were born that way. You disagree? I don't understand.
No, no, no. It's not that I disagree. I agree with they were born that way. I'm just saying, like, it would be.
So, in what aspect would you
Be
need clothes?
probably up there on my priority list to maybe tie
Well, no.
my
Think of
shit.
think of think of climates. Depending on the climate is depending on what you would need. So if you're born in a really warm, weird climate, you'd probably need just like a little skirt or something, male or female.
Better be born in a warm climate, by goodness
Okay.
gracious.
And if you were born in a cold climate, then yeah, you need to kill some bears or something. Like you need to have some
If
thick
I'm
skin.
born in a cold environment, you better throw me into some other carcass's skin, or I'm
Well,
gonna
how did the how does a person go into a cold? How do you get in the cold climate with no clothes, and how do you make it? Like,
I
how
don't
does a
know.
lady have a baby in Alaska or
What are you
Antarctica?
freaking Eskimos thinking? For real.
I'm just saying, how do they have a baby in a fucking cold igloo and it's good to go and everything's fine? And
That's always been a question of mine, Dim, is what the hell are these people doing in these extreme environments? And what would be the
no,
people in the people in Peru? That's just amazing to me, man. Not only were they in a desolate area already, but they pick an elevation that's like nothing can grow, and it's impossible to have any type of large crop that would sustain a growing society of people. Like it's just a weird place for a civilization to just say, "Yep, let's choose this horrible desert area." Like it doesn't make sense to me. I don't
well, I
know.
mean, you ask Eskimo, would you rather live where you live now or go to the desert? They'd say, what the fuck do you mean? I'd rather live where I live now.
Well,
And
it
it'd be
just like
vice versa.
everybody else too. We didn't decide who we came out of. We didn't get to pick the vagina that we, you know, nor did we
Right.
get to pick the other person on the other side of that shit.
Here's the thing I want to point out, though.
So we're a
Like I
product of our
said,
parents. That's
right, right. But guess what? We're bad motherfuckers because we can live in every environment.
yeah. The human body is amazing. It really is incredible.
That's what they tell you. That's not amazing. That's what they tell you is weak. You know.
Well,
The
they could
mind.
tell me all day long that it's weak, but I know better.
But yeah, even the idea that you're born in a fucking desert with a dry ass, dirty dust ball fucking desert, nowhere to go, no water. How the fuck do you have a baby there?
And
Where
again,
do you where do you get anything to cover the baby up at in the desert?
you better hope your parent is somewhat caring of what you're about, because if they don't like you, you're dead.
That's another thing I would like to say. Like nowadays, you can have little babies and kids and people and shit happens and cars and just crazy shit and animals and dogs and stray this and that, right? Back in the day, how fucking hard would it have been to go to sleep in the middle of the jungle and wake up with your baby still right there, good, and you know right where they're at every time in a jungle or a forest? Think about this real quick.
If you
Would
were
that
in a
been a
jungle,
shit? How does your kid stay right there and not wander off? What the fuck keeps villages together? If you're babies and stuff, like, 'cause I can't tell a baby to not wander off or go do something cool or crazy when I'm asleep.
I always wondered what the hell was wrong with Davy Crockett's Davy Crockett's parents.
Nothing.
Go out on bears when he's only 3 years old. I mean, come on.
Oh, I just thought maybe basically they left him and fucking he got raised by him. Then if that was the case, like the boy who got raised by wolves.
Yeah, I
You
don't
know.
know.
Well, there is stories where little girls been raised by fucking lions too, because the little girl's cry was so much like the lion cubs.
Those are great stories too. By the way, it's always nice to think that maybe that would be the case, but that's hard to think that that's happened before. Either way, I'm cool.
I would see the lion or whatever like growling at the baby or biting the fuck out of it. Because babies are usually goofy and they pull on you and grab shit and fling shit and poke your eyes and do dumb shit. So
Animals, in general though, animals are pretty cool. My dog was really good with my son. He knew, like,
yeah, mine too. Great
you
with
know.
kids, but had I taught it different or not taught it right, I don't know.
Well, sure.
Had I not been like, look, motherfucker, you don't you fucking mess with them kids. Look at me, motherfucker. You know what I mean? I told him. So I mean, like, even though dogs can't talk, he got the fucking gist.
They can't talk. No, are you serious? They can
Hmm.
too. I think.
Well, they can communicate with their eyes and their feeling and shit. They can communicate with you through thought, maybe, but they can't talk.
Did you hear me earlier when I was talking about that?
Huh?
90% of our communication between us is body language. You know that, right?
Well, shit, I don't know.
No,
Not,
that's
I wouldn't think so today with all the fucking like communication, like how we're doing now.
okay, but think
There is no
about
body language that comes into play with us, like with all the people that communicate on the phone and through the media and shit like that. No, personally, yeah, maybe.
well, it, wouldn't it be nice to see somebody's body language on these hangouts sometimes to know exactly where they're coming from, or I don't know.
Would it be nice to have a complexion turn red, bright red when something's the matter?
No, I'm just saying, like, I know that.
No, but isn't that funny?
Yeah,
Think about it
totally.
though. People of Caucasian descent, their face gets real red. It's like a fucking beeper, like a timer. You know what I mean? Like, bing, motherfucker's mad or something, right? Face turns red, something going on, right? You can't tell that with other people. It's weird, right? Like a fucking God gave us like a disclaimer, like when this motherfucker's face turns red from this point to here, that's when you know to either kick their ass or run. I don't know. It's just weird. It's always been weird to me how we change color, like, you know, the tone of red, with heat or rage or the idea of either happiness, just all kinds of shit. Like we changed like tone. Weird. You have to say, hey, you look pale, or your face looks red as a motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Have you ever thought about it like a beacon? It's just like an alert light, like wow, wow, wow.
The only time that my face ever got bright red like that was if my brother like rubbed my face in the carpet or put my face in the snow.
Ooh, mine would get red way different. 'Cause if I just held my breath for a second, my shit turned beet red. I used to hold my breath and freak people out with how red I could get my face. And they'd be like, "What the fuck? He's an alien." I'm like, "I ain't no fucking alien," and I'd start breathing. Then they'd piss me off, and I wouldn't do it no more.
Persian and the Persian Wars. Okay.
Yeah, we can't go by all that shit. It's like science. That's what pisses me off. We look up all
Yeah.
these things. You can look up Wikipedia all fucking day, but all it's
Well,
gonna give you is the same, stretched, worn out bullshit. That's not even. If
well,
you
no,
compare it.
that's what I'm saying. I don't look for exactly what they're.
Oh,
Uh,
I know. No, I wasn't saying you were. I said just me in general.
I am searching for the. Hmm, I guess I don't really know yet what I'm looking for, but I know it's not.
Well, that's kind of how you find it. You don't know what you're looking for, and then when you see it, you see it. But I'm saying all those conflicts are the same thing as science. It's the same thing as the globe. It's the same thing as the names. It's the same thing as this guy
I mean,
invented.
and look at this guy. He's getting pushed like nobody's business.
Who is?
Herodotus. So he lived in the 5th century BC. So then, therefore, was there history then before the 5th century BC? What was life like? Life?
It was like there's a bunch of copycats that took motherfuckers out once they copycatted them. Once they figured it out, once they mimicked, once they mocked, they couldn't think for themselves. They had to see other shit and just take it from there. See other shit, take it from there. See other shit, take it from there. They don't really learn by doing it themselves. They learn by stealing new inventions and building upon others. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, I was reading something. Last day for okay, what happened? Classical Greece. Let's look at the map. Map they give us. Great. Wikipedia. Oh wow, it's not like I'm looking for the underhand deal. Okay. All these names, man. What I'm interested in too is when they start clashing with these other douchebags. Aristosthenes. He was 250 BC, maybe? So there was a. Need more maps than that. And that looks like old school Washington, D.C. Fuck. What's happening like in fucking, I'm sorry, effing they have the balls to actually talk about things that happened 1,000, 2,000 years. Insane. Um,
That boy was crazy. Electricity. Magnetism. I wonder if there's a loop of something that goes positive, negative, it like turns itself each time. Like a liquid gains a charge, it becomes positive, and loses it, becomes negative. Well, water, I guess. And liquid that's everything wouldn't be pee. It would be the platelet type of liquid inside your blood, that shit they take out, the plasma, or chlorophyll. I think the plasma in your blood is the same as chlorophyll in a plant, to an extent. Does that make sense? I wonder if you can get, like, I wonder if there's a plant that matches us to a certain extent. Remember how we were wondering if you could come from a plant or like a pod, or humans were started by plants? I wonder. I wonder if there's a plant that's like really close to humans, not like the fucking banana thing with 48 chromosomes. I'm talking about actually like DNA, blood, whatever, liquid that we have, you know. I wonder if there's a plant that has that or contains that.
I think
It-
there
and
totally is a possibility because it it might not be the real answer, but at least it is an answer to the whole problem of mother father making a kid who made the mother and father, and how could you sustain a human life for over your kids walked when they're real early, but it's very rare that that happens. Most of the time 2 years old, 3 years old, you can still barely get around without having some type of human interaction to help you through your life you know so whatever first human was on here on this plane of existence would need help to get along, at least for the first few years. I can only think of one thing really that, well, a plant's life is a lot longer than humans, right? A lot longer. Trees, shit, last keep growing in 70, 150 whatever years. A long fucking time. A lot longer than humans. Not only that, they can sustain nutrients that we tend to depend on. I mean, we eat certain vegetables, we eat certain fruits, and they turn into nutrients and good vitamins and energy for our bodies, right?
some
So
plants
exactly.
can lie dormant in a drop of
Well,
water. Can bring
but
it to life.
still, it's a connection between
You hear me?
the earth and your body by giving you nutrition, right? We could live our whole lives and not ever have to eat meat, correct?
Yeah, but what is the nutrition we need? Is it the leaves or the fruit? Because I've always thought in nature that the shiny, pretty shit is the shit you steer away from. But it tends to
What?
be, hold on though, like snakes, even like bullet, like certain things that are poisonous, like there's like certain things have like bright coloring and that are very vicious. You stay away from them, right? So I'm like
Probably.
fruits and shit.
Yeah,
Is that something like warning you, like stay away from it unless it's green?
it's
You know?
consciousness. I think.
Uh,
I think
I
there
don't
is
know, man. I
some
think
type
it's a
of consciousness.
temptation to become a food for that food. That plant might be smarter than us on a whole billion fucking trillionth degree of the level that if we
Well,
wouldn't,
anyways, just real quick before I lose my thread here, the human body communicates with our Creator, I believe, through the earth, and it only makes sense that if we as people on this plane living and we live off the earth, it only makes sense that we came from that earth in some way, whatever shape or form. A plant was holding some type of, you
secret,
know, leaves or whatever around like a Venus flytrap does, you
hmm,
know.
yeah,
Um,
it may eat meat.
you can see it sustaining like holding something in for 9 months if needed be, and then um,
Yeah, it holds this. It holds the
still
plant
being
inside the seed.
connected, still being
The seed,
connected through the
every tree
the
starts out as a seed, Jared. That's exactly what
umbilical
that is.
cord.
A little bit
And
in your hand becomes a tree bigger than you and me in a house, and bigger, and just fucking huge,
right,
huge tree. And
and
all
and
the information for
it
that.
also makes sense and it makes there's a correlation between there's only certain areas that grow a certain type of tree. You don't have palm trees being grown up in Oregon, you know.
What else grows out of water? What else
So
has the liquid and
well,
can grow?
so it would only make sense that if we did come from plants, that different areas, just like trees have different types of trees, different areas would give out different types of people and different skin tone, maybe different, you know, ways that, you know what I mean? Just
Being or eating or consuming that type or that area or that color of stuff could do the same. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, your surroundings. Yeah.
so it wouldn't necessarily have to be um, what was who was the first human or what was the first Adam and Eve or if it was whatever. It would make sense that it would be a kind of conscious awakening of plant life around those certain areas that had those certain plants that were planted,
And
starting
we
to
have flesh and
make a
veins.
bunch of these things.
We have flesh, the same as a peeling or an orange peel or a banana peel. It's like the flesh, the outside covering, a protective coating.
Somewhere in there, divine intervention had to take place. I get that, and I'm with that too. Um,
Well, I always think, what if, like, say there's a certain fruit, right, and or flower, a fragrance. You run through a field, the fragrance gets you fucking high or fucking so fucked up, you dream, and then you die, and you become food for that thing to keep on going. Like you wouldn't even know because your whole existence of what you thought was your reality from that point on would be in a dream, and then you would
well,
be
honestly,
and you could be well, I'm just saying, like, I wonder if there's a plant or something that does that exact thing. Like, I mean, really, like the whole creature of the plant is smarter than us in every single aspect, and its main thing is to get us towards it and feed itself. What do you think about pot? Pot being a substance made or psilocybus or certain other things to lure humans to that area to feed something else. Like an offset thing. Well, here's another thing. Forget the fertilizer. I mean, everything ends up to be fertilizer. That's what I'm saying. I mean, in the common sense of everything, we could be something that can be fertilizer. Yeah, we can
that's
build, we can do shit, we can think, we can help, whatever. But we could also just be fertilizer.
that's alchemy, pretty much.
Yeah. I also, well, alchemy would be another form of crystals, and you know how they got those blue things and the bismuth and stuff, and you can like heat it up and it'll grow, it'll take on certain shapes and some. Well, crystals like grow into a set pattern or form or attribute or something, right? So they have a pattern of thought.
Hold on, Dim. Hold on, Dim. You're going all over the place. No,
No, I'm
you're
not.
talking.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Okay,
No, I'm
I
not.
can't.
What do you mean?
I'm trying to stay with you here. What? Okay, what crystals
Okay,
again?
okay, bismuth, right? Is that
What?
stuff that what's her name messes with? Trouble about? She cooks it
Trouble.
up, messes with it. It's a metal and a crystal type of thing. Like it's
Oh, I
bismuth.
didn't. Okay, I
Bismuth.
didn't know about that.
Okay, well she cooks that shit up and it just it reminds me of like a pattern, something that can take on a pattern and shape and certain things, like crystals. So that's what led me to the crystal thing to talk to you about the crystal because it's my main thing. The crystals can grow in like caves and grow and whatever, and you find quartz and crystal and all the veins and everything. And Jimbo says air is crystal, glass can be crystal, diamonds are crystal, steel can be crystal, metal can be crystal. A lot of different things can be crystal. So what if we're crystalline in a form unbeknownst to us? Therefore, the trees and the dirt and the other shit's a type of crystal that grows and has its own form of thought like mushrooms, trees, grass, us, and crystals itself. Like a crystal down in a cave somewhere growing from like wetness or whatever, just growing to be whatever the fuck it is. Like, how do we know that's not the smartest thing? Because it has no attributes to do anything else. All it could do is think. You know, what can something with a thought process do that can't move anywhere for a million years but can just continuously grow? I mean, think about it. What do you think? Does that sound stupid or what? My mind goes a lot of places. I don't know.
No, you should never apologize for that.
You know
Uh,
what you think?
well,
Because I know
the
that
idea, the idea of a crystal having consciousness.
I'm saying, like, what if trees are a type of crystal? What if humans are a type of crystal? Yeah, consciousness to crystals, yes. If they grow into a set pattern, they have to have something, right? That's not chaos. Chaos would be not a brain, not a thought process, not a structured way. Uh, when things take on certain forms and triangles and squares and rectangles and octagons and certain weird shit, and you know what I mean, like the bismuth does, the
I'm
crystal
not. I'm not a. I don't know about
takes
bismuth.
on shapes, Jared. Takes on different shapes. Um, the liquid that goes into certain things is taken different ways and turned into different shit, like by a mushroom. You get a different aspect from eating a mushroom than you do from a grape or an orange or anything like that. Well, maybe the same thing can happen with a pine cone, a tree leaf, tree bark, just certain different things. But I'm saying,
Can you
where
break down? Can you break down a crystal, uh, into a different form?
I know all they need to do to defeat it is water or a liquid. They drop liquid onto it and it grows. So I mean,
What I mean
I
is
mean,
like in a
I think mushrooms.
alchemical process of things that they'll take.
I think I think that the trees and the mushrooms and the grass and the dirt and the different things that happen with the elements break down certain things and they become put in other things through elemental purposes. Like we pee, and another plant might take our pee as something else and use it to drink. You see what I'm saying? So these crystalline aspects of shit do get into stuff, like through gold, like in Africa, in the dirt. Everywhere in the dirt, you can find gold everywhere. So if you have a tree in Africa, it has to have dirt in the soil. It has to have dirt in that gold in that plant. It has to have gold. There has to be gold in all, like everything. So what about crystal? Is gold another form of crystal since you find gold in quartz crystal, like in quartz veins? You see, and gold can hold 100% of its energy or memory, supposedly, because that is energy, right? So what about a diamond? And then what about silver? How much does silver hold? And when you look at these metals that came from the middle of a quartz vein, are they not just a form of crystal?
Mm,
And like, how do you get mushrooms to grow? Little spores and shit like that in a
see, I don't
cold damp.
see where you're getting the correlation between crystals and mushrooms, though. I
Because
mean,
the mushrooms like to grow. Mushrooms are a communication between their self, the area around them, and the roots and the trees. They like do something. I forget exactly what it is, but the tree can put off a signal. The mushroom picks it up, and the mushroom can emit the signal to the grass or the dirt or to whatever roots around it or itself. You understand what I'm saying? Like a relay line, like a telephone line. They pick up the signals from each other. So in the mushrooms, the correlation with the crystal is mushrooms can grow in damp, cold, fucking shitty ass places, and they're like alive. They breathe like humans, and they probably have like a little brain, and they pop up for a little while, and they're fleshy, and then they die. But they thrive in weird places, just like crystal. That's the correlation. They thrive in the same type of medium as a crystal can, in a way. Cool, damp, weird place, right? Because crystal usually doesn't grow right out in the fucking sunlight. Usually grows underneath in the darkness. So the correlation is underneath caves, communication just between things, um, the difference between a crystal or gold or metal or glass, or how Jimbo thinks fucking air can be aluminum compressed or not. You know what I mean? I'm just
So
saying, like,
what
to
got
what
you on
extent,
what got you on the crystals?
to what extent are these materials not certain parts of each other? Is what I would say. That's all. That's what makes me say, trees, humans, crystals, because they grow. They hold a process. Quartz and crystal and computers and the way computers hold technology and they push it. So I'm wondering if crystals or some type of plant or mushroom itself or something is not pushing a signal or an implementation for people to think they're the top of the food train, but be controlled by some type of information flow that's not an alien.
I don't know though, man. That's a little too much of a stretch for me.
Well, I mean, where are aliens at though?
Or
Where is
what?
this communicate? Where's the communication that people are thinking they're communicating with that brought them to a TV, that brought them to a radio from a stick and a rock? So I mean, you say you don't get the correlation. I totally get the correlation.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't.
I mean, where did they come from, Jared? Like me and you sitting here with a rock and a stick. Where the fuck
Where
do
does
we get a TV?
what come from? I don't understand the. What do you mean? We're talking about
I mean,
alchemy.
if me and you were sitting there, right, like we are now, without this medium, and we're sitting here talking to each other face to face, and we're close to each other, just sitting here, regular people, right? Where the fuck would we come up with if we had never had no technology and we're sitting here with sticks and rocks playing around doing shit? How would a stick and a tree and a rock lead us to a television and a fucking light and all that? I'm just saying, like, where do you
That's
find a correlation with that shit?
that's the ultimate question I've been trying to figure out myself.
Okay, this is it. Something
No,
else puts in the
I don't
narrative.
agree. I don't think that. I don't believe crystals have anything to do with it. I'm sorry. I just. It's not my. I don't. It's
Well,
not my.
what else would become an IBM machine or a thing that would take on the silicon type shit? Silicon silicone? Silicone
I
things?
don't know. I'm. I just. I'm not. That's not where I'm at in my interest in how it's going
No,
down.
it
I'm
doesn't
more.
matter. It doesn't
I'm
matter
more.
our interest. The world doesn't care about our interest, really. I mean, really think about that. What you just said. Your interest.
I just
Our
care about my interest. My
oh,
interest is what I'm talking about. Like
well, not, but
my
how
natural
many
curiosity
mountains?
doesn't go towards
Well, what
that
can we do? What can we
the
do with our interest? How far can we push it? How many mountains can we move? How many things can we get done with just our personal interest? Not many. So what I'm saying is there something pushing something else besides like one guy and one guy's, you know what I mean? Like this couldn't have never stemmed from one fucking guy saying, "Hey, I want to be the best, better than all you motherfuckers. Just feed me and do my." I mean, like and then it becomes a group of something. Like, no, that's not the thing. I think there's something beyond people, like in some form, that they fucking, you know, somehow it came about because of the implementation of like what's in nature. And the reason I say mushrooms is because the word archetypes, the word tripping, the world take you to a different world with this different reality or a different thought process of the mushroom. Where does the mushroom get the information to fucking put in your head to make you see visions when a mushroom is just a fucking thing? Like when you eat an orange, it doesn't give you visions and send you to another world. When you eat a pear, a strawberry, a banana, none of this shit does this, but a psilocybus mushroom does. So you have a psilocybus mushroom, then you have Basilica, Vatican, Bacillobacillus, Vatican Bacillobacillus mushroom, Basilic. It's just weird, these fucking words and these little correlations. Then you have silica, which is,
right. Whenever I ate mushrooms the first time, it was they came from underneath the cow shit,
yes,
and
sir.
I don't think they were. I don't think we called them psilocybin. And yeah, I don't think I heard that word until I was in college. But
I'm sorry, it's what I've always called them. Psilocybus, psilocybin mushrooms. CeeLo.
I am in agreement with you on that. The mushroom is communicating with us in a sense of that's another
It's
thing
indicative for trees
our
too.
nature has given as part of
So like
not not only just as for our psyche, but
a
for
moth to the flame, Jared.
spiritual essence, I guess.
Oh, we get high off this, man. I want to go get that. I want to go get that. In the process of doing all that shit.
They taste horrible though, Dim. They taste terrible.
Oh, I don't do them. I've never ate mushrooms.
Are you serious?
I swear to God.
The
I've never
fuck?
done cocaine. I've never done crack. I've never done mushrooms. I've never done none of that shit. I don't feel like I need to.
Yeah, you're way past all that stuff for sure. I was, yeah. If you hadn't done if you hadn't done all those drugs by a certain age, then you're good. You don't need like, there's no bucket list or drug on that list there. Mushrooms might be a bucket list drug, I guess. Everybody really needs to do mushrooms at least once in their
But I
life.
don't know why. What's saying that though? A sickness of a mushroom commending you to tell people that so they can go get fucked up by a mushroom and not know reality? I mean, or is it for a better I mean, do you really think that something that you eat out of shit is going to help you better yourself or anything around you? I mean, think about this. We were talking about poop eating earlier. These
Yeah,
things
when
from
if you like my experience through tripping, I think it really did open myself up to
to what?
understanding a little bit better, maybe, of
But
the psyche of people.
this is what
Uh,
I'm here for, Jared. To say the other things. Now, people will drink and say this drinking makes me smarter. People
mm,
take psilocybus mushrooms and say, "Hey, I got something out of it." But how do
mm,
you know it's the bad or the good thing? That's what I would like to ask.
well, you don't really get an answer to that question, really. I mean, it's all diff
I'm just
deal.
saying, like, is it for your benefit or not? I mean, really, like
So
in the
far,
real.
yeah, I'm very happy with doing what I did. It's fun, a good time.
Now, what if I told you that no, like all the people in the crazy ass savants who did weird, wicked shit and psychotic, crazy shit, and people wanted to turn gay and shit. What if they all did mushrooms? The
First of
regular
all,
people.
that's a
No, I'm
myth.
just saying. What if I said that? What if it was true to form? What would you say?
Nobody goes crazy like that.
Really? I know about 3 people that went crazy and got fucking crazy off mushrooms and jumped up in trees, thought they were birds, threw off their clothes, ran around naked in their with
No, you don't do
their lip.
that
Oh yeah,
unless
3 separate people, different occasions, different people, don't even know each other. It happened.
okay.
Trust me.
Well, that's 3 people that you've known. I've tripped with many, many, many people that
Those are
none
3 people that took mushrooms.
huh?
Those are 3 people that took mushrooms and acid. Granted, it
Okay.
was a good amount of acid, probably.
And
I mean, I
I
think they're okay today with a little bit of medicine, but if they don't take their medicine, they'll probably jump up in trees and do the same weird shit or be weird. Yeah.
that just sounds more like somebody who's been up for 14 days and tweaking on crystal meth more than just tripping
Never
on.
know. You never know. And well, I never lived with them, and I just heard and seen the outcome of what they did. You know what I mean? So I don't know exactly all the drugs I've been to.
Stigma that's attached to people who do acid or mushrooms that is definitely right on with what you were saying, where you know go crazy and you jump in trees and all these things. Well, those are maybe you'll do those things, but there'd have to be a bunch of shit that happens prior to that to make you go into those fits. You know, you just don't come up with that shit by yourself. You know. I guess if you were tripping and you had to jump up into a tree, but it'd be something would have to be chasing you or whatever. I think I've never ran. In other words, I've never ran from any like bad things. Here's the thing: what happened to me, Dim, the last time I tripped was the best because I was on a float trip with good friends of mine and great weather. Um, and there's no authority around. we were out in the middle of nowhere camping out with, around a campfire, and he had a guitar out. And so it was about as safe as a place as you can get when it comes down to like it. If there was a place that was ideal, like a vacation of, okay, now this is a place, where you'd settle down, and then it'd be very easy to say after that, do mushrooms, because it was right on the river where there's fog coming down, and like I said, beautiful weather. And my mind was, I can't really put it into words, but I'll just say this: I didn't know what my name was, and I found that to be a very hilarious thing. I also was pounding on one of the canoes, and I was very perplexed because I didn't know what it was or what to call it. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know how to say it. Somebody tell me what this thing is. I also found that to be very hysterical.
I would have laughed so fucking hard.
Dude, man, it was very funny. And I thought
I would have said it's again, dude.
I thought that I had crapped my pants, and I didn't. It's like, for sure. It's like, are you sure I didn't crap my pants? Yes, Jared, pull up your pants, man. Oh, shit.
You pulled your pants to show him like a kid, like I shit, Mom.
No, but I felt like that I did.
Oh,
I didn't. I
you
put
might
my
have.
ass, though. I guarantee I did put my ass out. I was like, did I shit myself?
Hmm.
I was in the river. We were in the river though too, so it was very confusing.
What
But
the hell are you doing in the river, Jared?
yeah, man. Like in the very first time I tripped mushrooms, I I had sex with my girlfriend, and we stared at cow shit for like 5 hours. We didn't know what it was. It looked really strange. In the pasture that we were in, we were surrounded by cow patties, bro. They were everywhere, and it was very. It could have freaked us out, but I think it's all about your mindset, man. Really, the drug really is. It's not necessarily the drug. It's how you handle it, and your environment, and who you're with, and um, the further away from any type of law enforcement, the better, because you can't really have a good trip if that's something that you have to worry about. I really believe that.
What'd you have to worry about?
Any type of law enforcement or authority figure.
Yeah, it'll make you feel weird. Oh yeah. I'd feel weird. I'd be like, what the fuck? They're staring at me, man.
These things,
Don't
man,
look.
they're they're nothing like you expect when you eat them. Very dry. They taste like feet. You don't. They get stuck in your teeth. This is very awkward because you're like wondering if, well, do I need to ingest all of them at once to get the effect? And after about 10 minutes, you start second guessing whether or not what you did was bunk, or if it's I don't feel it, man. I don't feel it.
Well, do they do something for you in the aspect of a glorious fucking feeling, or do they bring you close to death? Like, what is that?
You don't think about things like that. You're living the moment. You're living in the moment as about as good as you can be living in that moment. It's about as good as I can put it. Like you're having a lot of fun in that time period where you don't really give a shit about past, future. It's a total, and I guess what comes with that is you get to understand people a little bit better. I think, depending on who you're around, also because you'll find yourself doing is you'll find yourself listening to other people and listening to like their side of things and where they come from or whatever it is. But that's what I found myself doing was becoming a better listener of others and having more empathy and understanding of others and how they and why they act the way they act. It probably isn't their fault at all. The way that some people act, it's 100% the way their parents either brought them up or didn't bring them up. I don't know. I like to give people benefit of
Could
the
be the
doubt.
voice of God, or the voice of nature, or the voice of cow shit, the voice of a spore, or like uh, uh, a minute fucking parasite bug that might be living in a mushroom.
Here's the thing, though. The wonderful natural science of alchemy is it it answers a lot of questions about why death is important to us, even when you're losing a life, having taken all the benefits that can be taken from that life being lost would be the ultimate way, I believe, to live in harmony and to not be scared about dying, the whole circle of life, cycle of life thing, being part of that. It's a cool thing. And with alchemy being brand new in my brain now, like I know that when I start looking into something, it's hard for me to get off of it. Spagyrics is what I kind of started to look at. Not many things on Spagyrics, by the way, I haven't seen, but we'll see. Maybe that's what I should do. Look up Spagyrics because that's a really cool alchemical process, not process, but I guess the big part of it, Spagyrics being breaking down of the plants and getting the most purest form of um, oh, I can't remember. See, there's a lot of things I don't know about alchemy yet, but Spagyrics is definitely something I got to put in one of my bookmarks anyway. Have you ever heard of Spagyrics?
What?
Spagyrics.
No.
Wow.
What is it?
Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got my picture on it.
Herbalist, alchemist, spagyric, alchemy.
Spagyrics. No, it's stuck on my picture. If you're looking up something.
It's stuck on your picture?
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's gonna hit that copper plate. And in that whole copper plate, it's gonna
Orbs real? What's up, man? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, just working for the city, keeping a little money in my pocket. Alchemy is one of the most ancient sciences, religions, and systems of medicine in the world. It has its roots in Mesopotamia and ancient Egypt, the birthplace of the human species. Really? You know that. Okay. It is, in essence, the art of transformation. Most people perceive alchemy as turning lead into gold, and while this is a minor aspect of the alchemical arts, it's something much deeper, you think? It is not so much about making gold for monetary gain, but more about transmuting the base metal or our ego into the gold or our spirit. It is a systematic spirituality that brings one into harmony with the elements, the plants, and the source of creation. That is what I'm about right there, man. That is about as bare to the bones as it gets, folks. Three main branches of alchemy: traditional Western esoteric system, Ayurveda. I'm butchering these words to us, Chinese medicine. Okay. Each branch is encyclopedic and extends deep into the mysteries of nature and healing. They are all branches reaching out of the same trunk with its roots deep in nature. Alchemy provides an energetic cosmology or map of the universe in which all things can be understood. This natural philosophy shows the energetic architecture from which all things are composed of. By understanding cosmology, we understand where we come from and where we are going, and the transformative process of where we are. Spagyrics is a practical application of the cosmology of alchemy. Practical application. One is theory, the other is practice. Spagyrics is a process of creating philosophical medicines that are made in harmony with the nature, the substance being worked with, mainly minerals, metals, and plants. Philosophical medicines. See, they tricked us into thinking that if you went to college to take philosophy, then you'd be wasting your time.
I mean, if you want to get an occult built up after you and shit, you might not be wasting your time. Or if you want to tear down someone's occult following, psychology and philosophy.
Yeah, dude. Philosophy is only the questioning of ideas and let's see. The word spagyrics comes from two Greek words, spao, meaning to separate, and gyro, meaning to combine. Thus, a certain natural substance is separated into its principal components, exalted or concentrated, and then recombined into a higher state of being. A true spagyrist not only purifies and evolves a piece of matter, but is purifying and evolving themselves with it. This is what makes alchemy a true spiritual system, that everything done in the external is also done in the internal, and thus the medicine is embodied with. Oh, wait. This is the method in which all of the organic unity products are prepared. Principles of alchemy. And this is where it gets into why their Holy Trinity is an important, maybe an most important aspect of nature, and another thing that is trying to be communicated to us through this type of process. Organic functions that exist within all of manifest creation, be it material or non-material. Understanding these principles assist in understanding the underlying patterns behind all things. Our minds are under their influence, as well as our physical bodies and emotional states. The planets, the plants, minerals, the animals, spirits, and non-physical beings are composed of the principles. The fact that all of existence contains these primary organic functions is what makes them universal. All things contain various concentrations of each of the principles, while there are many energetic factors going into all manifestations, elements, plants, astrological archetypes. Three principles are the easiest to recognize as they are simple, non-specific, and observable. They are non-specific and the same. Mercury, sulfur, and salt. Previously chaotic and random sequences of events and experiences, certain magic is reinstated onto the world. Three principles are a higher universal language that nature speaks to us and relays qualitative information. Hmm. Harmony of air and fire elements. That way it is movable, penetrating, hot, and diffusing. So, water and air elements. Crystallization. So you have the salt, right? Well, you have the soul, which is the sulfur, the spirit, which is mercury, and finally, to salt, the crystallization, the manifestation, the vehicle through which the more subtle principles work through. Each principle progressed through various levels of density, salt being the most dense. It is composed of the water, earth elements.
Crystallization. Salt. Basalt.
So,
Basilica.
in botanical kingdom, the salt principle is reflected in the mineral matrix of the plant. These are obtained through certain extraction methods using fire and water elements to crystallize pure mineral salts. With the human, these minerals are the vehicle through which the sulfur, the essence, the oil, and the mercury, the water, the alcohol principles work through. As far as the botanical extracts go, it is these three principles that are primarily working with their preparation. Each principle of the plant is separated and purified, and then the three are reunited. This is the principle behind spagyrics, to separate and recombine. Very interesting. when you think of the American colonies or whatever, the American Revolution, what that was all about, what do you think about, like, when you think back in that? If you could, like, sum it up. A bunch of religious,
The American Revolution.
well, just
Control. It's always about control. World War II, World War One.
I'll say pilgrims. When I say
Control.
pilgrims,
About control. A lie.
okay. What do you think of is in terms of the people? Like, what are they wearing and kind of their attitude?
They were probably full army brigade. They probably were no pilgrims at all. Why would a pilgrim come to an unknown land?
So you're not seeing a guy wearing a goofy
Nope.
hat.
No, to
and
go to a land where you're going to take over the land, I highly doubt you're going with a bunch of prayers and priests. You were going with the military.
wouldn't it be safe to say also that if you're the king of Fuck Mountain over there, that you're whatever you do decide to put over there, you're going to do it with the intention of making some moolah.
You make
Something.
everything is yours in your military eyes. It's all yours as long as your military can beat whatever's coming up. It's yours.
Are you getting on that boat unless you know for a fact there's land on the other side of that ocean?
It just depends on the knowledge they had and like what like if they were like, man,
It
9
better be.
times out of 10, you're gonna find a land somewhere. You're gonna go right to it. Things will be all right.
And is it better be good because I'm not
It,
getting
it
on
would
that.
have to be military, Jared. You're not gonna go with a bunch of people ready to pray and some shit to go live somewhere and to voyage out and like to make it back and to make it and ration and no, no, no.
And like the king's going to be like, good luck. Hope you guys make it over there.
Hope you guys peacefully go over there and kill every fucking buddy in your path. Good
Make sure
luck. Prayers,
Indians
church
as possible.
doors. You nice non-warlike people, go over there and be friends and give everybody death hugs.
Oh, great. Let's show you how to make corn so we can feed all the people that we did invite.
I believe the fucking war dudes got over there or the fucking military got over there and was fucking stupid and couldn't probably not going to survive some of them. And the fucking Native Americans probably saved them. Or their tactics of spying and running in on motherfuckers and this and that and acting like they're cool. They learned how to do it by watching. Common sense. Was no fucking feast or no Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving of your land. What the fuck?
Thanks giving us smallpox.
Thanks for giving the pilgrims all the land. It was Thanksgiving for the pilgrims, not for the
I
Indians.
know, it's funny. Thanks giving our wives syphilis. What else could they be thank-giving him for? Thanksgiving us alcoholism?
Well, maybe not alcoholism, but certain types of alcohol. Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
right.
alcoholism in a way because Native Americans had types of alcohol, but it was different. Mostly mainly done with saliva and shit and fruit.
I truly, I just have a feeling that I know that whiskey's been around for a minute, but I truly believe that was
All the
an
drugs, Jared, have
intentional
been
attack
around.
on Native American
All the
people.
drugs like cocaine and all this shit's been around for a long time, but it's the way you use it. See, Colombian farmers use it to like they'll take a leaf and put it under their tongue and they'll work a couple extra hours a day, or they'll make it up that mountain, right? Now, other people like in America take the shit and fucking jump off roofs and be stupid and you know
What's
go to
this again
prison.
about roofs? It's not cocaine. Cocaine's more like uh
Yeah, huh? You go to jail for selling cocaine, and then people do it weird. And they mix it with shit and all this crazy shit. I'm just saying, if you took it the real way, you'd probably put a coca leaf under your tongue and it'd be all right.
yeah, they have plants also like called pot.
Yeah,
Apparently it does the same effect as like methamphetamines. People just eat the root of this thing.
ketamine,
Cot cat or KAT,
ketamine.
whatever. Anyways.
Yeah, but I think it's the amount. Like if me and you
Yeah.
drink one beer, if we only drink one beer a day, every day,
There,
really, that might not be bad.
there's
But if we
definitely
drink,
a a how would you say this? Physiological. There's definitely a physiological difference to what whiskey does inside of a Native American's brain than what it does inside of another person. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a connection there. It's weird. I don't know why, but alcohol just reacts differently with Native Americans. Nobody else doesn't, and it's ruin. I mean, it ruins them. It's a known fact. I mean, it's been documented and been agreed upon that. Yeah, Native Americans are not. You know, I don't know
maybe
what
it
word.
gives them a slight chemical imbalance.
Maybe that's the word I'm looking for. Chemical imbalance, whatever it is. There's something that doesn't add up right. Maybe the gamma or the other chemical that alcohol fucks with in your brain. I'll think of it. Anyways, whatever story is behind the Indians, and if there were hundreds of tribes of Indians just kind of kicking it, doing their own thing, I'm totally with you on that. With the whole, okay, they're not going to go over there just willy nilly. Like, oh, interesting now, isn't it, that there are Indians over here? Like, I don't see that being a thing. I don't see them being a bunch of just Puritans getting off the boat and just building start building cabins and churches and shit. I just don't see that either. I see more like
It seems to me a group,
yeah,
a big
send
group,
send your troops, a lot of them,
a
along with
big ass group just got bigger and bigger and bigger and snowballed the fuck through everyone.
well, and when I was looking at the 1600s back in Jonestown and other places that were trying to make settlements, all of um, all the boats that were coming over were tied to Massachusetts Bay Company. You had um, the East India Company. Guarantee owned two or three of those other whatever corporations. These were all businesses that were coming over here. So it wasn't like, you know, they're escaping persecution and the king is this horrible tyrant that they're escaping his,
They
his
were
wrath.
supposedly coming the back way to India because the front way was too heavily guarded, and they would have killed them upon impact.
That was
Um,
though. That was
so,
that was
oh, who
1490.
we on now? Who we on now?
So Columbus came in 1492, right? And that was his excuse for even calling them Indians. Like they're not even Indians, but yet they still call them that. It's fucked up.
Right. So who are we on now? What year?
That's that's such a that was where the story gets convoluted, right? Because Christopher Columbus isn't even a real person. That name is it doesn't the guy that was really Christopher Columbus, his real name was something totally different. If it was even Christopher Columbus, that in itself should tell you that that whole story is bullshit. And ain't no way he was coming over thinking that there was going to be some back way to India. He was coming over for on a mission, and I don't believe it was had good tidings to bring. It's hard for me to believe that people could be that evil or that bad to just come and kill off a whole civilization of people. It's actually
Christ to
asking
fear.
you're actually asking me to get into kind of la la land or a place that be hard for me to imagine because of the claims that are made and to think that a human could cross that
Christ
you know
of fear. Company. Lumber. Bus.
it's just hard for me to think that humans could be that disgusting.
Christ offering. Company for like lumber, wood, bus. The boat. Wooden bus. Company, wooden bus. The wooden bus company. The lumber bus company. The company. Christ of fear. Christ offer.
This is such a bullshit hoity-toity history. Give me a break. Come on, give me some fucking. Let's get down and dirty.
Well, how many boats were sent? Nina, Pinta, Santa Maria.
There was more than that. I guarantee that had to be in.
And who's the first Native American writ to be like supposedly famous for doing something good for whatever, but in all actuality, he snitched on his own fucking people and got them killed. Because the Native motherfuckers are sickos. Not the Native, I'm sorry, the fucking American dudes that came over, or the Spanish, or the Columbus, whoever the fuck, whatever group they were.
Ponce de Leon?
Well, Spanish Inquisition and all that shit, man. There's some sick motherfuckers, really. I mean, they just came and tortured motherfuckers like, where's your gold? Where's your this? What's this? Who's the god? How do you talk?
Church of all things, too.
Yeah, supposedly.
You
can call it worship or warship or workshop. So it was a warship and a workshop at the same time. The MIC, KEY, Military Industrial Complex, key. MOUSE. Mo is one. Use. Military Industrial Complex, key. One use.
Leading the first official European expedition to Florida and the first governor of Puerto Rico. Born in Spain, too little is known about his family. He was a noble birth. So he's a noble birth, so he's part of the royal bloodlines. Served in the Spanish military from a young age. See, I don't buy that shit. First came to the Americas as a gentleman volunteer with Christopher Columbus's second expedition. Really? Gentleman volunteer? Give me a break. $1500s. This is a 1500s were an interesting time during the years. This science, that's when Newton and Copernicus and all that stuff started happening. So he was authorized to explore the neighboring island of Puerto Rico in 1508. So he's authorized. Served as the first governor. Nations and minds, he faced an ongoing legal conflict. Diego Columbus. Over the right to govern Puerto Rico. After a long court battle, Columbus replaced him. About in youth, there is no contemporary evidence for the story, which all modern historians call a myth. So I wonder if that's true then. since they're calling it a myth, it's probably true. They're, in popular culture, supposedly searching for the fountain. Whatever. So he settled Florida. And again traveled to Spain to defend his grants and titles. He would not return to Puerto Rico for 2 years. See, now this, my great, way back great grandfather, Felipe Asbury, was, I think, part of this guy's crew at one point in time when he went down to Florida and kicked it in the Caribbean. That's as far back as I could find the last Asbury. My mom's side of the family, man, they're a lot of procreation going on. But you probably had to in order to get your family through the sicknesses that a kid, well, who knows if that's the case. People were losing their children, though, at a high rate, then it would only make sense for them to want to have more kids to be able to. Gotta live the family name. Gotta extend that shit. No? Spanish West Indies. Was a destination for all its overseas territories. It was overseen by the Council of the Indies, Royal Supreme Council of the Indies, the Royal. Hmm. What is that noise, man? For real, for real? For real, for real? Um, Okay, maps of the early colonial America, 1500s. Wait a second. A map from the 1500s. What in the heck is going on, man? You give me a sign. And where is Greenland? Oh, there it is. Way up north. Look at Antarctica. Holy schmanoli, look at that shit. We got Antarctica touching. What the hell? That is insanity. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's closer to the real thing. I guess I should probably watch before I say preposterous or incredible or unbelievable. This is like a lazy man's map. Just kind of, yeah, it's there. Well, that's weird that they would have that going on. Now, this was what? Can't remember exactly. Let's say Kate. This is like a top-down view. Why the North Pole matters. Important history of challenges and global fascination. Global fascination. Geophysicist Fred Roots explores significance. It says Fulves Architecture. Can I zoom in? Damn. Capers. California. California? That's a made up word. They called it the California region in the 1500s. Wow. Who made this map? Henrik Schreier, 1702. That's 1702. Wow. Metal flag on the seabed at latitude 90 degrees north. No claim was made in the event had no geological significance for political, administrative, Russian technology and capability in the Arctic Ocean. Denmark claims part of North Pole. Denmark. Eden. Denmark. Russia and Canada all get little pieces of the North Pole. That's covered surface of the ocean is close to 90 degrees north as navigation system could determine flags. Many nations, United States, blah, blah, blah. Flags have been carried there by ships, aircraft, submarines. Okay, get it. Mosquitoes, dog teams, get it. Okay. It's simply the north end of the axis around which our planet turns in its daily rotation. Wow. Wow. This axis wobbles a bit, rather like an unbalanced wheel with a faulty bearing, so that the precise North Pole is fleeting or meaningless. The North Pole itself is not a place. It has not lateral dimension, but as a mathematical or observational construct, it is essential for map makers and modelers and has been a powerful symbol in philosophy and the public mind for centuries. Mathematical or observational construct. It's not a place, folks. Egyptian, Arab, and Greek stargazers have noted as early as 3000 BC that the heavens revolved around a single point close to a star in the constellation now known by the Latin name Ursa Minor, Little Bear. That star is in his tail. For some reason, celestial bears have long tails, while earthly bears do not. The Greeks named this star Polaris, marking the pivot or axis directly under which there must be a North Pole pivot point on the Earth, and by extension, a South Pole on the opposite side of the globe. They divided the Earth into degrees of latitude, and thus the North Pole was exactly 90 degrees north, at right angles to the plane of the equator. Greek and Roman astronomers and poets incorporated the concept into their literature. First recorded Arctic navigator Pythes, about 320 BC, voyaged north past the coast of France and Britain, and on until he encountered what must have been sea ice. He reported that the pole star was very high overhead and that huge white bears roamed on the sea, confirming speculations that the regions under Polaris were guarded by the celestial bears Arctus and it has been known as the Arctic ever since. Okay. Johannes Rouge of the Netherlands made one of the first maps of the North Pole region on his 1507 map, which was included as Plate 1 in the 1506 edition of the authoritative text Ptolemy's Geography. He cites his source in the book. It may be read that at the North Pole there is a high mountain of magnetic stone, 33 German miles in circumference. What the hell is a German mile? This is surrounded by mares. Cannot pronounce other things, which pours out water like a vessel through openings below. Rounded are 4 islands surrounded by extensive desolate mountains for 24 days' journey where there is no human habitation. So we have Paris, France, which is known to be the hub of, well, I guess the first melting pots, covered every which way with fountains all over the Greek Roman days. The idea of a fountain, could it just be a representation of what might be happening in the North Pole? I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying, is it possible? Anything's really possible, but you know what I mean. It's interesting though that he would describe it in that way. Only makes sense. Speculated today that Nicholas of Lynn probably assembled his information from Norse seafaring stories and myths. And again, with the myths, logical attempt to explain the mysterious force that attracted the magnetic lodestone or compass, which was at the time coming into use. It was all apparent. Queen Elizabeth. Meta incognita. Unknown boundaries. That name is still the official designation for the part of Baffin Island. D was a remarkable polymath. Stand at the center of rotation. Okay. So other philosophies were also emerging. Wait, most specifically, the challenge became a question of the superiority of one nation over another. To reach the highest latitude became a national ambition. Okay, 1742, 1773. Royal Society of London sponsored the first truly multidisciplinary scientific expedition anywhere. A voyage towards the North Pole to be a service to the promotion of natural knowledge. Natural knowledge, huh? Commanded by Constantine Phipps, although the expedition did not discover new land. It's not its purpose. It returned with a wealth of information on the temperature, depth, salinity of the Atlantic portion of the Arctic Ocean. Carefully descriptions, classifications of fishes, birds, seagulls, polar bears, aurora, patterns, magnetism, and gravity measurements. Gravity measurements taken on Spitsbergen, which improved calculations of the shape of the planet. Patterns of magnetism and gravity measured. Patterns of magnetism. the poll from you. So, much to its motion. Wow. Similar questions by email to the author of Great Magnet the Earth. Some of them can be questions. Some of the questions are. The New England Primer was first published between 1688 and 1690 by English printer Benjamin Harris, who had come to Boston and Massachusetts in 1686 to escape the brief Catholic ascendancy under James II, based largely upon his earlier Protestant tutor. Most successful educational textbook published in colonial days. First grade for 200 years. Each lesson had questions about the Bible and the Ten Commandments. Wow. Talk about indoctrination. Alive and well. Come on. Beating more right on the nose. There need to be a Sunday school or Sunday Nevada to that. The selection of the New Year power varies one time. Most of the entire book taught Bible verses at the same time and taught students how to read. You gotta learn how to read that Bible. 90-page work contains selections from the King James Bible. Oh gosh. And others are original. Embodied the dominant Puritan attitude and worldview of the day. Among the topics discussed, respect to the parental figures, sin, and salvation. Some versions contain the Westminster Shorter Catechism. Others contained John Cotton's Shorter Catechism, known as Milk for Babes. 2 million, okay. Big time book. 1844. Let's take out religion. So, Bible was being taught pretty hardcore. Philadelphia wanted to do it without using the Bible. Said, why may not the Bible, and especially the New Testament, be read and taught as a divine revelation in the schools? Where can the purest principles of morality be learned so clearly or perfectly as from the New Testament? The court concluded that any book teaching good morality would certainly be teaching New Testament teaches, so why not use the original source, which doesn't change? And another challenge the court ruled are laws in our institutions must necessarily be based upon and embody the teachings of the Redeemer of mankind. It's impossible that it should be in the sense of acts of founding fathers and acts of Congress. Okay. National Education Association, 1857. National Education Association. This is 1857. 1957. This is 1892. National Education Association. Weird looking map. Subjects that were taught were designed to assist students in practical matters of life. Of course. Science curriculum in the U.S. emerged gradually after extended debate between two ideologies: citizen science and pre-professional training. Science, the most important school subject. Hmm. 2 goals for science education. Taking science to school. The real purpose of science education. One of the definitions of learn in Webster's dictionary is memorize, and too often science education is no more than memorization of facts about science. All right. $1,700 coming in. What? This is where I was at before. Okay. First printing press in American colonies in 1638. Henry Dunster becomes president of Harvard School, Massachusetts Bay School of Law. Notice Massachusetts Bay is a, well, it's a company. Appears that every town of at least 50 families hire a schoolmaster who would teach the town's children to read and write. all towns of at least 100 families should have a Latin grammar school master who prepares students to attend Harvard College. Or blank slate at birth, knowledge is derived through experience rather than innate ideas, as was believed by many at the time. Locke's views concerning the mind and learning greatly influenced American education. Book comes out, Salem Witch Trials. Trials take place. John Locke's Some Thoughts Concerning Education is published, describing his views on education. Oh, great. So, for the masses, it was let's help them develop a good work ethic. The higher ups, let's teach them to be moral, rationally thinking, and reflective young gentlemen. Ain't that nice? First library comes out, which this place would have been the shit for me. Like, I would have never have left the library if I didn't have to. If that was where um, all the good storybooks at the time, I mean, it'd be like going to the movies. The same thing. Okay, so Christian schools popping up. Benjamin Franklin forms American Philosophical Society, which helps bring ideas of the European Enlightenment. Okay. European Enlightenment. Emphasizing secularism, science, and human reason. What was his idea of science, though? Enlightenment ideas were the main influences for American colonies to become their own nation. Some of the leaders of the American Revolution were influenced by the Enlightenment ideas, which are freedom of speech, equality, freedom of press, and religious tolerance. The Enlightenment. American Enlightenment thought. span of time that corresponds to the American Enlightenment, it is safe to say that it occurred during the 18th century among thinkers in British North America and the early United States. Bringing light to the Dark Age, the age of the Enlightenment, shifted allegiances away from the absolute authority, whether religious or political, more skeptical and optimistic attitudes about human nature, religion, and politics. American context thinkers such as Thomas Jefferson, blah, 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 invented ideas about scientific rationality, religious thought. Okay, let's do this then. I'll go to Benjamin Franklin. By Flat Earthist Ben Franklin, Flat Earth Designs. Flat Earthist. Damn. Mm.
Over century burning fossil fuels, still ain't no shortages. I ain't saying I'm Neo, but I'm nothing short of a Morpheus. Fuck, thought this was a globe. I gotta check my coordinates. You could blame my disorderly conduct on my subordinates. If it ain't no Coriolis, who's to blame for New Orleans? Why the poorest people always get extorted by corporate giants? We boycott, we buy it, and I find it unfortunate. Yeah, me plus you plus her plus her, that's four. Now bring your worst and
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the inaugural episode of the
Mm.
Grab my tongue and rip it out my face. Just listen to their talk. So
it's a big process though, like to really take it on. I don't know, that's kind of why I respect Dell in a way, because for me there was this thing of when I didn't know what to do, I heard him say a couple of things and I just sort of thought, seemed to have a handle.
Okay.
on right now. No, and I wondered like
Looking for naturals.
I know how to ask. Pretty. I did find an RCA like set up in my glove box.
First, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to find. Do you guys know how I would hook up? Way better. I mean, Verizon. You get Verizon anywhere. I don't understand why.
AT&T worked fine for me, but
My grandparents got a reverse mortgage on the house. Couple like I don't know, like over 10 years ago now. In there, because there's my brother is. I'm probably gonna end up there as well. Since I got out of the hospital.
oh, there's no place like home.
Well, I figured that it would be safer to be around a shit ton of people throughout the day.
Right, right.
Like, there's usually somebody always home there because there's my brother, his girlfriend, my other brother, and my grandma that live there. So it's a safe place, you know.
Right.
I know it's safe. That's the fucking house I grew up in, dude. I know every inch of that fucking house. Like, me and my dad were talking about that the other day, because so my dad is actually, he's building his own little house in the garage. Like, he's redoing the garage into like a little his own little
Man cave?
no, he's gonna live there.
Oh, so these like did he divvy it up into rooms and stuff already?
Well, what they're doing, we're going to be adding onto the house. They're going to be adding a couple more rooms, and I'm probably going to end up there as well. They're going to add on to the house because they're going to add on for Zachary and for me.
Ah, cool.
Like there's so my grandparents got a reverse mortgage on the house. Probably like I don't know, like over 10 years ago now. And so
When they pass, I hope that doesn't put y'all out of a house.
no, it won't, because we've already planned ahead for that.
Okay.
Because we have basically, it's just like paying a home. It'd be like paying a home loan back.
Uh-huh.
It would be like a $270,000 home loan.
Okay.
And the house is worth like
California? A lot.
it's worth. House is worth probably close to about $500,000. Because my grandparents they didn't pull out like a ton of the equity.
Right.
They pulled out about half the equity. So I mean, even then, we still have equity in the house. They can't take that from us. It goes market value.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to terms, they just don't get the house for fucking $300,000.
looked
Well,
into it. I just hear some people's horror stories.
Basically, all we would have to do is pull out the other part of the equity and pay them off.
Yeah.
And then that'd be like a not even a $300,000 loan. And I know home loans. I know how to structure them. I know what to do with them. Dude, on a $300,000 loan, you can get a payment of like, I don't know, like $1,200, $1,300. If you do it right. And on top of that, they're like, okay, so let's say that your home loan is like $1,200, right? But you pay $1,500 every month. Okay. That extra $300, you tell them you want to put that towards the principal, and every month that $300 gets knocked off the principal, and then guess what? The next time you get charged interest, you don't get charged as much interest. So if you keep doing that, you actually pay your home loan off. You can pay a 30-year home loan off in like 17.
Oh shit, guys! I did not realize. Hold on.
I was a loan officer for a while. I've had a lot of jobs. I've had to do a lot of things because I got sick really young. You know, I had to do things to get by. Like I said, I sold fucking cologne and perfume in parking lots. Like, come on. I've done all kinds of shit. That's why, like, I'm an old 34. That's why when I talk to you guys, like, I can keep up with you guys, and you guys are so much older than me. Not so much older, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, little brother.
Well, because I'm like dude, I am seriously still like the youngest one on the freaking channel.
Yeah. I remember when I used to be the youngest one around all the.
No, Sean is, isn't he?
Oh, that's right, Sean is.
Yeah.
Sean's like 29, right? Well, I'm only like 5 years older than him, so
Yeah, he's like my dad.
I think Sean's like 26.
No.
Or something.
He's older. He's a little older than my daughter.
Oh, is he? Okay. Why did I think 26? Weird.
I don't know. Hey, what's up, Jared? Good morning.
You have the 9 upside down,
Yeah,
Jared.
good morning. Yeah, it is a 9 upside down. That's true.
How you doing this morning?
I am looking for a new phone. I'm done with buying this fucking data that doesn't need to be bought.
Yeah. What are you going to
Get the unlimited bucket. For the longest time, I've been putting off getting unlimited data for some reason, thinking it was I was getting a better deal by just buying the data as I went along. But that did not turn out to be very true at all. I think I spent like $120 for data and my phone shit last month, and I was like, whoa, that's way too much. So I started looking at deals, and I started going into the stores because I figured, the best deal you're going to get is going to be at like a Walmart or Target or whatever. You got to go to these,
Gosh, dang.
like Boots Mobile, these places, they're like, usually a shitty spot in the overrun mini mall, It's been there since the 70s. They got that little shop, And so I found one of those places. And the guy's like, look, man, you come in here with that phone, I'll give you a phone, and if you sign with us, everything all together, $80. But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I found the right dude. He could hustle me a good deal. So $50 a month for unlimited. That's way better than what I was paying. So.
Dang it.
We got one last year for unlimited, and I got it home, and I didn't get any signal here. I'm like, whatever.
Oh, no, it's good. See, and that's kind of the problem here. It's a Sprint service, which works fine in the Kansas City area. You get outside of the Kansas City area, it doesn't work for shit.
Yeah.
Which makes no sense to me. Like, how the fuck? You Sprint. You're the biggest places. Kansas City is your fucking home. Like, this is where Sprint is. It's like, what? Like one of the worst places you can get signal is right outside of the city.
Well, there's a Verizon tower not far from here, but it's for Verizon, so whatever.
Well, Verizon's way better. I mean, Verizon, you get Verizon anywhere. I don't understand why it's
AT&T worked fine for me, but you know, it was like their unlimited data plan wasn't as good as the Boost Mobile. So I got the Boost Mobile and I brought it home, and it's like,
they seem to want to like bunch everything up, like get the family deal, 4 lines for only $85, I think that's like Total Wireless doesn't have an unlimited plan, and there's a couple more that have unlimited plans. But they have the bulk deals, like for families and whatnot. 4 lines for $85. That's pretty good, actually. If I could just find 4 friends, that will fuck each other over, nobody will fucking do that shit. I don't know. I ain't signing my contract name.
Where the hell is Dave? Again, hiding from me. There he is. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I've been missing right there. That fucking noise right there. Thank you. Yeah. What's going on? Dude, do you guys got micro centers where you're at? Or macro center?
No, but I've been to them. I love them, dude.
There's one
Oh my
about
God.
2 hours away from here, but it used to be closer. But I moved up to
I didn't want to leave.
There he is.
I go back all the time. Yeah, when I go to visit or something.
Out here, we have a Fry's Electronics, and Fry's is kind of like Micro Center, but Micro Center, dude, I think is better, or at least the ones I've been to have been better than the Fry's that I've been to.
I'll tell you one thing. Their fucking workers are shit. So I will say that. Not all of them. I shouldn't say all of them. The ones that I saw and witnessed, they were just
Yeah,
I
usually
don't
they
know, like waving at me. I'm like asking where can I find this? And he's like, he's waving like aisle 13. He's walking away. I'm like, dude, there's like 20 of you people working here, and nobody wants to help me.
The one that I go to, they got people in departments. You know what I'm saying? So like, if you want to buy a new computer, there's somebody that knows everything about computers. And then they got like regular people like doing like stocking themselves and doing stuff like they just know where everything in the store is. They're just not or like they gotta be tech savvy.
Right.
But yeah, some people just know where everything is, or some people know everything about what they sell. I guess you just gotta get the right person,
Now I was trying to find do you guys know how I would hook up my car stereo? It doesn't have an aux input. It just has the tape deck and the CD player and the radio, but I don't want to use the radio shit. I've used that before. It sucks. My tape deck is destroyed. It's a tape deck. And they have not made CDs that are Bluetooth for some reason. I don't know why not. So I did find an RCA like set up in my glove box. So I'm wondering if there's a way to get a RCA Bluetooth thing, if it would hook up directly into that. Do you guys know anything about car stereos?
Do you have a USB output?
I do not. No, it's not. It doesn't have any of that. It's a 2006, and it's pretty just stock. You know what I mean? Like no fancy schmancy shit.
I don't know. My kid got some kind of adapter thing, and it tuned. I don't know. You like turn your radio to some station or something like that, and it picks it up.
Yeah, that sucks. Because what happens with that is that there's so many stations in the city that it never knows for sure what to lock onto because it changes.
Okay.
So you have to have you'd have to have a Bluetooth. Well, and you can get the Bluetooth ones that will change with the radio stations. They're just a lot more expensive.
I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe
so
he's totally after
right
that.
now, what kind of car?
2006 Toyota Highlander, 2-wheel drive. 6-cylinder. But yeah, I was going through my glove box and I was like, whoa, what are these? It's these 3 wires. They're RCA wires. I can't tell. Like usually, you have the red, white, yellow. And these are all like multicolored. And they have like a label around each wire, but it's faded out. I can hardly read it. I think it says input aux, but that doesn't make sense.
Okay, so I just found a video for Bluetooth kit for Toyota Highlander 2003 to 2007 by GTA Car Kits.
Dude, what do you use when you do that shit? Because I type it in and it takes me to Toyota fucking.
Okay, so check it out. Because like he did say that he was.
Okay, I'll check it out in a minute. Watch page. All right, let's see if we have a show. Oh, an error occurred. Yes. Got 4 on the panel now. Watch page follows it. Yep, everything's looking normal. Okay, that's new. Sound working?
What's going on?
We've had a lot of glitches.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I thought it was weird when I screen share. I was dropping the panel members. I thought that was weird. It was the start of a glitch. Maybe they've been messing with the code or something for the past 2 days.
Coming to get us. wonder if anybody else has had this issue.
We're usually over the target.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, but I'm glad we fixed it. You know, because that was spooky. I'm gonna mute you, Jared. Better. Bye, Jimmy. Oh no. What happened? Why is Jimmy gone?
Is that not muted?
No, we were getting a deadly feedback tornado. It was about to happen. Okay. Well, Jimmy's all gone now.
Well.
Well, I'm almost all out of cigarettes and should get a little sun. Because I like to do while there's sun. Tough to do this tanning thing in the winter, you know?
Yeah, it just got cloudy here. Started as a nice sunny morning.
Hello, Tayman. Hello, Merle Beauregard. Hello, Spices Fake. Hello, Pizza Pizza. Are you annoyed? Hello, Little Caesars. Hello, Wobble Eye Boost. Felix, how are you? Jared, what's going on? Team, I'm glad you all could be with us and see us and not see a big black square. What day? It is. Ready.
What day? Tuesday?
Tuesday. I think it's Wednesday.
Tuesday afternoon.
The Booty Blues.
Because they picked up the trash this morning. Got to run after a truck. Whoa, wait. Here's the garbage.
Booty Blues, LSD, mind control situation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Even if they are mind control, like, even if there's some things you're like, yeah, maybe that's mind control. So, like, that's a good tune. Yeah, we'll keep that one.
I like some of the mind control songs. I mean, if I'm going to have mind control, I'd like to have my choice of mind control.
Thank you, syllables. Yes.
Use your mind control wisely. At least enjoy the mind control life.
That's what I do.
I mean, someday you might not have the choice of moving to control your mind.
Or who's going to control your mind?
Like my bullshit right up front. Fox News.
Totally, Jared. Agree with you 100%.
ABC. CBS. Oh yeah, ABC.
Yeah, he's learning his alphabet, I think.
Yes, he's learning about all the alphabet agencies.
He's like, what's that other one? Yeah, letter T.
T1.
Don't confuse your letters and numbers now.
Shrimp gumbo, shrimp sandwich.
Jared, I think, well, Nixon had a far superior connection to the moon, right? But I'm not sure. Maybe you're between high voltage towers or something.
What's going on?
Your connection shit, man.
All right, just got a new phone.
You just got a new phone.
Talking about fried shrimp, shrimp gumbo, shrimp.
Shrimp kebabs. Yeah.
Hey, what about Station DEF? No.
Def Leppard all day, all night. Or some Def Leppard on the. I don't know. That's probably a big difference. I mean, your connection sounds great, Jared. I totally get you. Do you want maybe? Yeah, which means it just fixes itself, you know. So, do you want to maybe drop out, come back in, and see if like it's better connection or something? Let's reel it back in. Come on, Jared. In 3, 2, 1. Push or a shout out.
Tuss.
Well, whatever you want me to put in the back chat.
What I got? Sure, got anything in there?
Yeah, Felix will be in the intro. And Merle. And anyone else you can think of?
Let's cut the regulars.
Yeah.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help.
What?
This sentence is grammatically correct. But it's wordy and hard to read. It
The only reason I can think that maybe it's not because you joined earlier, but it's because I shared controls with you.
No, because I think it was.
You looking too safe.
Yeah, it's getting.
But it was just whited out. And it was like a moves and shit. Yeah. Oh, you caught a luminary. I don't know what I just saw. Hey, Snack, was that like that white ball? Because of obstruction. We're on the ground trying to see if distant light fade out. Better. Very bright. Snack. What? Punch.
No, I mean I hit the letter N and it moves over as if I typed it, but it's.
Oh, you're trying to use the paint program.
Yeah, paint.net. Yeah.
It's the head on body thing. I've seen a little bit of it.
Memes.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you with the saturation, color balance,
brightness, contrast, something like that.
I can do brightness and contrast. That's the first thing.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Reading. This is the people's original Tribute chant. Tribute chant. More strong chant. Strong.
Tribute.
Welcome back, everyone. Waiting on some participants. Right, there you go.
I do
cool.
I
Are you flat stacking?
Yeah,
flat
I do
stacking
that.
on Facebook?
Dude, I have 200 comment threads where I'm just getting made fun of the whole time. But I'm defending flat earth and people are like, oh, okay. I probably converted some people just through my rants.
Good for you. Right on, brother.
Dude, I do
cool. Are you flat stacking?
Oh, and the two strings. Have y'all even? I had never even heard of this stuff until before I saw the making of it. No, never heard of it. Right? It was like.
People are like, oh, okay. I probably converted some people just through my rants.
Good for you. Right on, brother.
Look and find where she posted it in the chat.
Oh, it's a hairy man with her face on it.
And he had 2 hearts shaved on his body, but I can't remember how his arms were.
Oh, they're
No, they weren't. They're just laying
down
there.
to the side, right?
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter.
No, you finish it. Yeah, I'm always making a request.
It'll never be finished. It doesn't look quite right. They never do for me. I just work on another one and forget about it.
Forget about it.
I try to match the tone skin tone a little bit, but it's never
Just
quite
go
right.
have a latte. I am gonna make a coffee. Be right back.
Oh, I remember. I got rid of that window. That's why I can't find it.
Hey, bro, what's up, man? How you doing? I don't know if he's on.
Doing good. Just got home, getting situated. BRB. But I can hear you.
Same here, actually. I'm about to hop off of here and hop on the computer. Right. Restart.
Okay, this is going to be a highly disturbing picture you're having me build here, Lisa. Copy image.
Just went to go get a coffee.
Oh, Lisa's gone. That's right. Thank goodness.
No, we're from our sponsors at SpaceX.
Yeah, SpaceX, Space Force. Canvas size, that's what I need to modify.
Hey, Jibby, can you do me a favor and pass controls so I can adjust my audio volume? Awesome. Why is it so quiet?
No.
Because we're coming up with things to talk about.
What do you hop on the computer for?
You know what I haven't done for a while because I've been kind of incapacitated. It's been a while since I checked what the hell is going on with Flat Earth and the news.
Yeah,
do it up.
Good honor.
Let's see what they.
What'd you say?
Just that he used to cover that once a day.
Using GPS to disprove flat Earth theories. Okay.
Except the Brazilians proved it with GPS.
Skeptic check Flat Earth SETI Institute. The Earth is not round. Technically, it is an oblate spheroid, but for some people, the first statement is not even approximately correct. Flat earthers believe. Oh, you know what? I think this is that interview with Underdale. And let's see, ET and flat earth.
That is not approximately correct. I'm a nerd. Ugh, fucking globe nerds. They're the worst. Space. Yeah.
You want to join the space force with me?
That's the fanboys.
But no. That's like the branch of the military that takes the lowest IQ. Not good out moons, sir. Sorry, but you like space? You like dinosaurs?
Fortunately, to counteract the flat earthers, along with the endless pictures of Earth from space, okay, we still haven't seen a real one. We have many simple ways to pull apart their. Oh, I gotta read this. And they showed. Oh my God, they showed this picture. Oh wait, here. I just realized I'm not screenshotting. There we go. All right, guys, there you go. Yeah, can you believe the picture they're using?
It's not realistic.
Flat earthers are a strange ones, let's face it. When they aren't supporting their theories by claiming the world works like Pac-Man or launching themselves from homemade rockets to the edge of space, they're generally conducting nonsense experiments such as taking a spirit level on a plane to prove the Earth is flat. Wow, they just hit on a bunch of shit. Fortunately, to counteract the flat earthers, along with the endless pictures of the Earth from space, we have many simple ways to pull apart their argument. One man's argument has gone viral on Reddit this week after he looked at one of the most popular claims by flat earthers, that a flat-looking horizon somehow proves the Earth is flat. Flat earthers regularly point out that when you look at the distance, the horizon looks pretty flat. No, it is pretty flat. It doesn't look pretty flat. It is fucking flat. Why? And we submitted this picture. Thought you'd enjoy this. I'm on the world's largest cruise ship in the middle of the ocean. Where's the curve? Greg Pagel looked at this in a widely seen post on Reddit. For the post, he looked at the horizon on the coast where he grew up. Using Google Maps, he found the distance between two pieces of land on the edges of his photograph, which turned out to be 13 kilometers, 8.4 miles. Doing some quick math, he figured out that given the Earth is approximately 24,000 kilometers, 25,000 miles in circumference, you should see an arc of around 0.12 degrees on a horizon of 13.5 kilometers, 8.4 miles. Now, a 90-degree arc, you notice immediately, as he points out. But once you've gone down to 1 degree arc, it starts to be a whole lot less noticeable. Oh, they're trying to get the argument that it's just bigger than it looks. Again and again. Yeah, that's, dude, but 25,000 miles is 25,000 miles.
Because it'd be crazy to think that the things that are flat around you would just stay flat. It'd be, that's insane to think that would be the case. Yeah, go outside of your sight and it starts getting crazy. What makes no sense. I can only imagine somebody like for the first time looking out and saying, look at that, it's fucking flat. And just to think that outside of your range of seeing, that's where the curve is, and that's where all this bullshit
That you've never, ever seen. You never will.
Of course, you can get tricked that it's a sphere easily. They've done it to it by, just jump in the education system, shove into the fucking people, and let them all go to, astronomy class and get degrees in astrophysics.
Yeah, that's the point. And they could have said it's a fucking pretzel, and we'd have the same resistance.
Yeah.
Because the whole Copernican heliocentric model makes no sense.
Well, hey,
it just, I mean,
Have you heard us talk about Coulomb's law and the equation for gravity?
Oh, it's
no.
the same.
Oh, dude, check this out, bro. Check out my screen.
Cool.
So, like, you type in Newton's equation, right?
Right.
So, you got Newton's equation, which is right here. This is the equation for gravity, bro. All right? Now, here's Coulomb's equation for electromagnetism.
Oh, you're right. I was going to say that it should be pretty similar.
Or actually, you know what? Jimmy's got it even better. He's got it side by side right there.
It's the same.
Dude, it's the exact same fucking equation, dude.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's why anybody that argues and goes, well, what about gravity? I just throw them Coulomb's equation and I go, here, check this one out. And they're like, what's this supposed to be? Like, you see, the fact that you don't know that is a problem.
How dare you ask that question? What's this supposed to be? What's this supposed to be? Fuck. Oh man.
And what's Coulomb's law? That's what you said it was?
Electromagnetism.
But it's only for metal, like magnetic.
No.
objects.
Everything.
It's for the charge between anything.
Everything has an electromagnetic field.
This is
All of it
basically
has
telling me right
electrons.
here that everything that has a charge draws to something else. And like, check this out. We have an electrical charge. The ground has an electrical charge. The sun has an electrical charge. The moon has an electrical charge.
The wandering stars have electrical charge.
I mean, I still shake my head for the whole how things grow through fusion. You know, like we can kind of simulate the sun, right? With the electrical lighting or whatever, greenhouse, whatever we do there. I mean, why wouldn't it be an electrical? You know what I mean? Like, oh no, it's the ball gas burning.
That's why plants grow best next to campfires.
Actually, they do.
Yeah, that's what it was.
No, they don't.
That's a good one.
They dry them. They dry the shit out of them. You kidding me?
No, I mean, okay, so the fire actually helps them. The plants around them, it thrives when there's a fire. Because, like, what do plants suck in and then release?
Oh, okay.
You need to come and look at my fire pit and see the nothing growth all around my fire pit. Nothing grows around my fire pit.
No, not directly around your fire pit. I'm talking about the okay, so where the smoke travels around your fire pit and stuff like that. Just plants suck in carbon and then spit out oxygen.
But they also need oxygen. You can't grow plants in a zero oxygen.
Are you sure? Because they say they do it on the ISS.
You know what does make plants grow miraculously better is putting copper rods in the ground. And I'm thinking it has something to do with connecting the reach potential. Because I'm pretty sure that's why they go straight up, is trying to get to the higher and higher voltage.
Well, like
that's one, and then vortex water. If you have water spinning in a vortex in the middle of your garden, they actually sell like vortex makers. And I mean, it's not just, it's shocking the results you get with that kind of shit. It's not just placebo, you know what I mean? Like, I think these plants are a little better. Also, if you take seeds and expose them to the south side of a magnet, they'll go way better, hatch better, all that stuff.
There seems to be a lot to do with magnetism. Like if you magnetize the water, you get like 30% growth.
Well, Ace, which they talked about sticking a copper pipe in the ground along with the plant. Dude, you're already halfway to making earth batteries. Like you've heard earth batteries, right?
No, not really, but I mean, I know you can pull electricity from the atmosphere.
Well, you can stick copper and steel in the ground, like every so feet, and you'll create electricity if you run wire through it and connect it. It's called an earth battery. I saw that shit a while ago. It's pretty cool, actually.
Allegedly, you could take about 50 ice cube tray cartons, fill them up with just dirt and soil, and put the nail and the penny, the two anode, the cathode, whatever. You put them in each tray, wire them all together. Theoretically, you can power your whole house with that because of the amperage that will come out of that many. I think it's 50, maybe it's 100 ice cube trays filled with dirt, and you connect them all together. And the charge you'll get, the amperage you'll get out of that should be enough to power your house. I've not tried it, but just going over the numbers looks right. Somebody was doing that with ice cube trays and measuring the amperage. And I'm like, okay, so this many should be enough to power your house.
I was kind of cut out what's in the ice cube trays.
It's just separating the dirt. So it's its own little cell, you can say, that's giving off a voltage.
I see. Also, just the atmosphere itself, you can literally just put an antenna up in the air with copper on the end of it.
Run wire along the top of your trim, do a couple of layers of it, and collect voltage out of that.
No. And it's AC voltage too, 60 hertz. It's the shit we use, but in a better form, radiant watts.
Did you say you could just wrap copper around your eaves of your roof? Get power?
Wrap wire, or just have wire run along like you trim or whatever. There's guys that do it. They just run wire along the interior of their home, and they pull power from that.
So if you had a whole bunch of spools of copper wire,
it's not a lot of power, mind you.
Yeah, it's however much copper you can put in the air, like say 50 pounds, that might power your house, maybe 100 pounds. But yeah, that's just circuit. It's crazy.
What's the insulation of that?
Imagine wrapping your house
Not even sure it matters.
interior with just copper wire, lots and lots of copper wire, silent electricity.
Does it Does it short itself out? You have to make sure it doesn't touch it.
I don't know. There's a lot of people who've been doing work on this themselves. Dude, it's gathering a frequency